G'day, May 40 here. I got my friend Nathan Cofnas coming up on the show in about 2 hours, but I thought I'd warm us up by going over his 3-hour live stream with Dave Green, the distributor. So I don't think I've heard of Dave Green before, but I got triggered watching this Nathan Cofnas interview with Dave Green. This is how he titled it, and I think it's absurd. Should we be more deferential to experts with Nathan Cofnas? The idea that Nathan's arguing that we should be more deferential to experts is absurd. It's such a dishonest framing of Nathan Cofnas's most recent Substack essay. It triggered me. I was quite annoyed. And the other thing that triggered me is how Dave Green just kept interrupting me. It was like this other guy, Fernandez, who was doing an interview with Nathan Cofnas the other day and just kept interrupting and just made it unbearable. So this is Nathan Cofnas at Stanford University 8 months ago. And again, it just drove me crazy how often he was interrupted.
First, after I explain what wokeism is, the woke left has a crushing intelligence advantage over the right. And the only effective strategy to defeat wokeism is to find a way to turn the elites away from wokeism to alternatives. And we do that by attacking the empirical belief, which I will argue generates wokeism.
I hope mainstream is an important adjective for you, because in this room we like to think of classical liberalism as intellectually coherent and an alternative, but I guess we're not mainstream.
Well, the classical liberal movement, referring to people who actually defend free speech, even for people who disagree with them, that's like 100 people. Like, who is that? That's like,
I don't feel so bad that there's so
that's like FIRE in the US, a free speech union in the UK, the editors of the Journal of Controversial Ideas, who actually people in this room. If you can't see on video, there are only 4 people in this room. And then there are some people on Zoom. I mean, that's basically it, right? It's not a political movement.
But I want to challenge. There is a political movement that is intellectually coherent. Let's call it Reaganite classical conservatism. Right now, it's not ascended to the U.S. Republican Party, but it's not, the whole.
All right, this is senior economist John Cochrane just continually, inappropriately, and rudely interrupting Nathan Cofnas. And Cofnas was about to deliver a speech with the rhetorical power of Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech, but it got interrupted by these rude old people who were using their white privilege to interrupt the speech of this young man. And people will treat you as badly as you allow them. We educate people on how to treat us, and if you're invited to give a speech, you cannot allow people senior to you, people junior to you, people at the same level as you to continually interrupt. This is not how an academic speech is supposed to go. So Nathan Cofnas does not get to deliver his rhetorical and moral equivalent and philosophical equivalent to I Have a Dream speech due to these constant rude interruptions. This is not the format for an academic speech, right? You get to give your speech, then people get to challenge and ask questions afterward. Don't allow people to do this to you. Right? I notice that I encourage disrespect because I frequently overshare, and I overshare coming out of neediness. So if I address the neediness, which has to do with an internal rearrangement, then I'm less likely to overshare. Then I'm less likely to encourage people to treat me with disrespect. But I was just so annoyed by these interruptions here that Nathan encountered at Stanford.
National Review group of people. It's in the thousands, not the dozens.
Oh, well, they are a movement. Now, the question is whether, why do they fail to attract elites in serious numbers? Why are they losing the competition?
Anyway, please go ahead.
So that's
I don't think we want to continue this because it's
Yes.
not really relevant. But I will say to you that I think you're making an assumption that because a lot of these people.
All right, so both of these old guys, they know that what they're doing is wrong. So John Cochrane says, please go ahead. And then the next old bloke says, oh, yeah, we shouldn't be interrupting you. But then he goes on and interrupts him. But don't allow people to do this to you.
Are quiet, they support wokeism. I mean, if you speak to the top business people and everything, almost uniformly, they think wokeism is nonsense, right? But they're just quiet because it's not in their economic interests to oppose it.
So why isn't it in their economic interests? Now, a big reason for that, as will come up later, is employee demand. The most valuable employees want this a corporate culture of wokeism. They want the HR department in their face, subjecting them to struggle sessions. And there have been a couple examples. Coinbase and Basecamp, for example, are the most famous examples where they tried to de-wokeify the office. And all they did was say you're not allowed to discuss politics in the office. And this was supposed to be some big pushback against wokeism. And what happened is a huge percentage of their employees quit. So if there were so many, great anti-woke employees, and then there would be some businesses that would try to compete for those people. But it just turns out that the most valuable employees tend to lean woke, tend to want this stuff, and that's a big part of what's driving it.
Okay.
So now, what is wokeism? We've been talking about wokeism. Well, what is it?
And so I wanted to listen to this Nathan Cofnas interview on Rumble a couple of weeks ago, Martinez. And this bloke Martinez just keeps interrupting the guest. Right, drive me crazy.
Thesis. But there maybe is do you think there's a ring of truth to it? I guess the critique is that Jews are overrepresented in leftist movements. I think that's correct. They are. But what you pointed out in your thing is that they're overrepresented in a whole hell of a lot of things, including things that are not related to politics, including even right-wing movements like Italian fascism. Ostensibly, that's right-wing. It does have some left-wing socialist stuff to it, but fascism, paleoconservatism, even some race realists. You point out there are Jews on all of these sides.
I'm not just Jews on those sides, but wildly overrepresented on all of those sides, on movements that are violently opposed to each other. So,
right.
It isn't science to just go around saying, oh, here's a Jew doing something I don't like. Here's a Jew doing something I'd like, and just ignore all the Gentiles who are doing something you don't like. Or you say, well, he's being controlled by a Jew, even often with very dubious evidence for that.
Cop out.
And then just ignore all the Jews on the other side, and then say, look, there's something going on here, very strange,
Well, they'll say they'll try to shoehorn it into a monolith, right? They'll say, yeah, they may be on all these different sides, but it's
right. If you're the host, you don't have to add right, and finish Nathan's thoughts. Nathan is perfectly capable of developing and finishing his own thoughts. Your interruptions are not adding value; they're detracting value. There were just so many interruptions by the host here that I gave up.
It's just part of the conspiracy. They're just like trying to trick you or something, which doesn't make any sense.
Well, so MacDonald will say, well, I'm not saying Jews are a monolith. So that's his position. I'm not saying Jews are a monolith.
Right, he says that.
But he says, I just care about where the power is. So this is his response to that argument, to my observation that he's just going and cherry picking all the Jews. He says, that's exactly what I'm doing, but he's just talking about where the power is, and the power is on the left. Okay, so that means, but I mean, one has to think, well, what does that mean? That means, well, the left won, so the power is on the left. So if you're in order to prove the conspiracy theory, all you need to do is find Jews who are on the left, because the left won,
Right.
and therefore that's where the power is. Therefore, a Jew who is on the left is a Jew who is on the side of power, and therefore that proves the thesis. Like, that's a
Yeah, that was an interesting point you made. So this is, can you see my screen now?
yes, I do.
So it says, he now says it doesn't matter if Jews are on the opposite side of every issue. It only matters which side has more influence. And this, he said that in response to your critique. He says, right, the important question is not counting heads, but in determining where the influence lies. Therefore, even though some of the most important leaders of the anti-Israel boycott movement are Jews, it doesn't matter because the BDS movement is successful. But whether a political movement is ultimately successful is to a large extent a matter of luck. If, as far as we can tell, Jews are about as equally likely to be leaders in all non-overtly anti-Semitic movements, this obviously favors the
Okay, we
default
don't need this,
hypothesis.
Mr. Martinez.
John Dewey was a Gentile, one of the most influential thinkers of his time. Was like one of these like a kind of precursor to the modern shitlib sort of figure. Okay, so you've got a Gentile who's extremely influential, doing all these things that MacDonald doesn't like. So what he says is, well, Dewey was propped up by the Jewish intellectuals in New York, and actually he wasn't really charismatic or interesting at all, and really his. So what he did was really what the Jews were doing, even though he wasn't Jewish. That's just one of many examples. But he points the finger at Franz Boas. Almost everything that he says, almost every factual statement he makes about Boas is flat out wrong. We can get into that. So this guy Will Rivera has also written extensively about Franz Boas.
I've read that article, and so John.
Okay, we don't need you, Mr. Host, interrupting Cofnas here. You're not adding anything.
So someone like John Dewey, an influential Gentile leftist, the critique of MacDonald is that he either ignores completely that guy, like he won't really cover it in the book. So basically you say that in the book, he just omits all of the left-wing Gentiles that were prominent in left-wing movements going back to the founding of classical liberalism all the way up. Or he'll spin their involvement as just like subordinates. They're just puppets, they're stooges, but this is totally dishonest. I think you brought the example of Boas. Was it one of his students, and like Sidney Hook or something, and he tried to spin him?
Well, Margaret Mead and Ruth Benedict were his most influential students, the most influential students of Franz Boas. Actually, they were both of them were in some ways probably more influential than him in terms of their cultural impact. I mean, Margaret Mead was a major figure who really had a quite activist stance, but also he really misrepresents everything about Boas. And Boas, so there's several elements to his thesis. So Boas, pushed this basically invented this anti-biology view of society, and he pushed it because he wanted to promote Jewish interest because he was such a strongly identified Jew. I mean, everything is wrong. The blank slatism was really something that was borrowed from the Germany of Franz Boas's youth. That was the blank slatism, race denial were really first put in there, given their modern formulation by Theodore Waits in 1859. So Boas was 1 year old at the time. Boas picked up some of that. And even at the end of his career, Boas didn't say that he said there are race differences. He acknowledged that there were differences in the brains of blacks and whites. So it wasn't a total fanatical blank slatist. But he always identified as a German. He made it clear that racially identified as a German during World War I. He, at some genuine risk to his own career, he supported Germany when that was very unpopular.
That's right here. So let me just bring this up. So in this article, he's founded with his, I guess that's his brother, Emil Boas, or his relative. The Germanistic Society of America has been established to promote the study and knowledge of German civilization in America and of American civilization in Germany. And so this is a decent, like when I read this this is a decent counterpoint to the allegation that he was like anti-Gentile, because that seemed to be like the MacDonald thesis, is that he's a Jewish activist, he hates Gentiles, he's trying to undermine Gentiles. But if he's promoting German culture.
So Martinez does a lot of great work, a lot of thoughtful essays, but I just did not enjoy how often he interrupted the host in this, the guest in this particular interview. I was listening to Mark Halperin last week, and he said that when you're going to interview someone, you should not just have a list of questions, but you should have a strategy. So I would translate that as you should have a direction for where you want the interview to go. I don't do that. I think I'm a great interviewer, but I don't tend to have much of a strategy or a direction. I usually take the time to formulate a lot of questions, but sometimes I may not ask almost any of the questions that I have written down because I actually listen to the people that I talk to and I allow their responses to guide me. So I found the distributist, Dave Green, just unbearable. He has a 3-hour, 11-minute live stream with Nathan Cofnas that dropped yesterday.
First of all, Joe Rogan is not competing with John Hopkins and Harvard. And before Joe Rogan, the average person did not like read John Hopkins and Harvard medical journals.
And I agree. I agree with this rejoinder here by Dave Green.
So the comparison between the accuracy of PhD scientists from the medical establishment and Joe Rogan is an improper comparison. Joe Rogan's most proximate replacement, the thing.
So I found putting people in their proper genre just incredibly helpful, right? Joe Rogan is an everyman. He is like the perfect pro whisperer. He speaks to a 100 IQ audience, and he seems to come from a 100 IQ position. Now, he does have an IQ higher than 100, but you would not know it by the quality of his thought, right? He has no solid epistemics. For example, he has great doubt that we even landed on the moon in 1969. He has many absurd beliefs about COVID, but I understand he's entertaining and compelling to the midwit audience. But that's his genre, all right? He speaks to a midwit audience. He is not speaking to an elite audience. And so one shouldn't be surprised that Joe Rogan has poor epistemics, right? He's the equivalent of Gwyneth Paltrow's Goop. He's the equivalent of Oprah Winfrey. It's just a whole bunch of midwit, compelling, entertaining to people with 100 IQs.
Thing that he, like the audience, the person he replaced in the public square most recently is Jon Stewart. Jon Stewart was the...
Right, I think that's a highly dubious assertion, but there's something to it, right? Jon Stewart was an entertainer, tell jokes. Joe Rogan is an entertainer. He's a decent host in that he will just ask questions. He'll allow guests to talk, but he doesn't tend to have much clarity and clear thinking on his own.
The most trusted name in news, you know, from my generation. I'm an old guy. I'm in my 40s now. But when I was in my 20s, most young people got their news from Jon Stewart, who is literally a comedian, has zero expert. And before that, it was CNN, who frequently mixed entertainment.
So there is almost no evolutionary value in consuming news. Plenty of people have gone cold turkey on following the news, and it has not diminished their life. There's very little that you will glean from news that will demonstrably improve the quality of your life. Now, I spend $50 a month subscribing to various newspapers because I love it. All right, I love reading the news. I spend $185 a year subscribing to the Financial Times because I love reading the Financial Times. I subscribe to the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, the LA Times, the Washington Post, to Apple News Plus, to the London Review of Books, to the New York Review of Books, the Claremont Review of Books, to Compact Magazine, to the Free Press, to Aporia Magazine, to all these different Substacks, because I love reading news and commentary. Any place that Christopher Caldwell publishes, all right, I'm going to subscribe to that.
Idea Entertainment Concepts with its programming, who hired experts that had almost no knowledge of the thing they were covering and made frequent mistakes. And even the New York Times, they hire Tom Friedman. This is the person presented as an expert on Israel. And I just have a list right in front of me right now about all the mistakes that Tom Friedman made, including the stuff that led to the war with Iraq. This is what Joe Rogan replaces, not Harvard and John Hopkins and all this other stuff, right?
Joe Rogan is not replacing Tom Friedman, right? Tom Friedman, for all his flaws, he speaks to an audience with an average IQ of at least 115. So people are not substituting Joe Rogan for Tom Friedman, right? Joe Rogan's audience is that midwit 100 IQ level, and they're coming from other 100 IQ offerings.
The second fundamental mistake you make in your piece, and this is the big one, I read this one again and again and again. This is implicit, and I don't think you actually believe this, but you imply this throughout. You imply that you don't understand the difference between a mistake and a lie. Yeah, human fallibility is an explanation for scientists making mistakes. This is absolutely something that we should expect scientists to make mistakes. We should also expect a certain amount of corruption and lies. But the lies having to do with COVID had two qualities that aren't being respected and make them fundamentally different than the mistakes you point out in Joe Rogan. The first thing that makes them fundamentally different is that they're actually lies. These are not like, oh, I mixed up the test tubes, I got the wrong result, I reported X.
Okay, so lie is usually, in this kind of discussion debate, is thrown around way too loosely. When people are speaking to the public health officers like Tony Fauci, they are trying to deliver messages that will be effective for people all over the IQ spectrum. They're trying to deliver messages to the 80 IQ, the 90 IQ, the 95 IQ, and the 115 IQ crowd. And so in the interests of public health, right, you can make a case for not telling the exact truth, but just trying to convey certain principles whereby you are willing to sacrifice some specificity and some accuracy and some honesty for the greater good of saving lives and reducing cases of serious illness. And the downside with doing that is that then you lose trust, you diminish social cohesion, you diminish social trust, people become more suspicious of institutions. But all the time, people with influence are shading the truth or saying things that they know are not true for the sake of what they regard as a higher truth. And I don't think this is just the same as a lie, right? On the one hand, you can count it as a lie, but it's a lie in service of what the people who are saying these lies regard as a higher good.
These people malevolently deceive the public.
All right, so I think that's fatuous, that they malevolently deceived the public. Overall, the people in authority during COVID did a pretty good job during very difficult circumstances. Now, there were times that they told lies. There were people who exaggerated the benefits of the vaccine to try to get people to take the vaccine. Just like for many, many years, we had public health officers exaggerating the benefits of the flu shot to try to get more people to take the flu shot. They would make up numbers about the number of people who died from the flu each year, numbers that are not based on death certificates, but are just rough estimates that they gin up to promote taking the flu, because initially they just had so many unused flu vaccine shots that they want to get more people vaccinated for the flu. And when PPE, personal protective equipment, was running short, then Tony Fauci and many other people in authority said, oh, you don't need to mask up, that's pointless, as a way of trying to conserve PPE for doctors and nurses. Now, I don't agree with these lies, but they weren't done out of malevolence. They were done with the design of a higher good.
Intentionally to cover their tracks, because their previous deception.
So he is now speaking about the lab leak theory. And the lab leak theory is fascinating in that people with the most expertise in viruses, virologists, right, almost universally dismiss the lab leak theory. And almost everyone who promotes the lab leak theory is not an expert in viruses. So it's a sharp contrast between expert opinion and popular opinion. But Dave Green is speaking as though the lab leak theory is established fact. It's not. Right? There's no direct unassailable evidence for the lab leak. There's circumstantial evidence for it, and the people who you would expect to have the most expertise with regard to the transmission and the development of COVID are the ones who are resolutely the most skeptical of the lab leak theory. But Dave Green just speaks as though it's an unassailable truth, and it's not. And so he looks like a pompous fool.
Perceptions of the public caused approximately 9 million people to die. Like more than the estimates, like these are like, we're talking like Hitler, Stalin levels of people. We're talking Mao's.
Right, this is absurd. The number of COVID deaths, I think, is more in the neighborhood of 20 million. Certainly the extra deaths compared to the normal puts the COVID death toll in 20 million. Now, if it is indeed from the lab leak, and if people knew it was from the lab leak and then they lied and tried to hide it, then Dave Green's analysis here would ring true. But lacking that strong evidence, then I don't find his pomposity and grievance mongering particularly powerful.
The dung levels of people that were killed explicitly by these professionals in a concerted attempt to lie. The second thing is,
right, there's just no evidence of that. It may be true, but we don't have evidence.
This isn't a scientist lying. These are all scientists lying at the same time and in the same direction.
And that's simply not true that all scientists are lying at the same time in the same direction. There's just no evidence of that. Right. By and large, virologists are skeptical of lab leak theory, but we don't have enough evidence to say that they're lying. And this notion that all scientists were lying, right? Most scientists weren't saying anything about COVID because most scientists don't have expertise with regard to COVID.
For a concerted political end.
People in public health are not the best and the brightest of scientists, right? They are the least impressive of scientists. And the people doing the most impressive work in science are not generally speaking to the public.
And they do so not just in a 1 month time frame, not just in one peer review, but over the course of 5 years. And the only way that this lie gets exposed is not through scientists. I mean, you point out Nicholas Wade, who's kind of a scientist in the same way that I am, right? Like he's a PhD, I have a PhD, right? You know, it's not.
Okay, Nicholas Wade doesn't have a PhD. He has a BA. He's not a scientist. And it wasn't Nicholas Wade necessarily exposed this, though he wrote one of the first essays making a strong case for lab leak, but he had to rely on people with greater expertise, just like Woodward and Bernstein, right? They relied on people in law enforcement who had access to information that they could not get because people in law enforcement have subpoena power and related power that the Washington Post journalists did not have. And so the greatest scoops in Watergate, by and large, were given to Woodward and Bernstein by people in law enforcement who were doing their job.
It's not Nicholas Wade that causes the New York Times to backtrack. Nicholas Wade writes his article about this in the New York Times in 2021. The editorial staff of the
expert opinions change. So initially there was very strong expert denunciation of lab leak theory, but by the spring of 2021, right, you had more and more serious people saying that lab leak was a serious possibility. And so this notion that all scientists have just been lying to us about the lab leak for 5 years is absurd. You can't present any evidence for this. You've got a scientist here or a scientist there that you could say was dissembling or being deceptive or even lying. But all scientists, all right, when people talk that sloppily, you know that they are reckless with regard to truth, that they have poor epistemics.
The New York Times is 100% on this lie, and they keep perpetuating it.
No, by 2021, the New York Times was starting to post news articles saying that lab leak was a serious possibility, and they just published a major op-ed by Alina Chan, who is not a virologist, who does not have expertise with regard to the origins of COVID, but they published a long op-ed arguing for lab leak hypothesis, even though there wasn't any recent developments or news or information substantiating her case.
Again. For half a decade, or for 4 years after that Wade article is published, they only issue a retraction and a real mea culpa after Trump wins the election. The only thing that stops the lying is a political force from non-experts. The third problem.
It's just nonsense. He can't substantiate the case. Notice how he doesn't cite chapter and verse. He just used terms like all scientists.
Problem with your article is that you don't have a standard for who counts as an expert or not. I mean, you say that, like, you give the analogy of a French teacher who doesn't speak French, but there's no standard for determining who speaks French. Like, if we're talking about Israel, like who speaks French on Israel politics? Well, obviously you think that Dave Smith doesn't speak French. He does not get to have opinion. Dave Smith and Joe Rogan don't get to have an opinion, but Jon Stewart and Douglas Murray do. Tom Freeman from the.
All right, this is absurd. Nobody claims that Dave Smith doesn't get to have an opinion or Joe Rogan doesn't get to have an opinion. The only possibly related charge similar to what Dave Green is coming up with is the notion that these guys don't have any expertise, and so there is no expert reason why people should pay attention to them. I mean, I agree with Douglas Murray about almost everything political, but he is a polemicist. He is a pundit. He doesn't have any expertise in what he's talking about. He doesn't have any expertise in the Middle East. Right? If you don't speak the languages of the Middle East, you're not a Middle East expert.
The New York Times does, after all the mistakes they've made, like, there's no consistent what the whole.
Right. Everyone makes mistakes. Every publication makes mistakes. Right. The New York Times makes some mistakes, but it's still far and away the most important newspaper in the world. Right. Name me another newspaper that comes close to the consistent quality of the New York Times. You cannot.
Standard you propose is it will just revert back to the trust the experts, and the experts are my particular favored political class. And this is in the wake of a major scientific scandal that should have, in any ordinary situation, discredited the entire academy at this stage. You know, the focus of our question.
Right. The notion that the virus came out of a lab leak, therefore it discredits the entire academy is absurd. You can make a case that it brings great discredit upon virologists if it's true, but how then does that discredit physicists or biologists or people who are not operating in the world of virology? It just makes no sense.
About truth should be 100% focused on how the modern academy has become so thoroughly politically corrupted that they could be responsible for such an enormous.
There's never been a human institution that doesn't have some corruption, that isn't somewhat political, right? We will never escape the political. We will never escape corruption.
Enormous lie. A malicious lie for half a decade. That should be the focus right now. And the fact that, you know, entertainers, as they always do, or political talk shows make mistakes on the side is a much, much, much less relevant point.
So, I mean, your first observation that Joe Rogan isn't supposed to replace Johns Hopkins, I don't see how that's relevant for anything. My article is about where people are getting their information. People are listening to Joe Rogan's show for 2 to 3 hours at a time.
And they were previously reading Harvard Medical Journal. Reading Harvard Medical Journal.
I agree with Dave Green's point here, but it's just obnoxious to lecture your guest for 10 minutes and then interrupt him 20 seconds into his answer.
And then Joe Rogan came on, and they put down Harvard Medical Journal and started watching Joe Rogan. That's what happened, Nathan?
Well, I don't understand your point. So if you want to treat
you're understanding my
COVID
point, right? Like, you're saying that Joe Rogan is a problem. He's only a problem if his introduction takes people who were previously at a better information source and brings them to a worse one. It's
okay. I 100% agree with Dave Green's point there.
Comparative. It's not absolute. That's my point.
What do you mean? They'd be better off listening to Jon Stewart, because Jon Stewart isn't.
No, Jon Stewart frequently makes
information, but tell them to treat COVID with ivermectin and present that as a fact. and
But
invite on a
Jon
bunch of
Stewart-
charlatans.
John Stewart wasn't on the air, but like Stephen Colbert's and the CNNs were essentially putting down. They were lying to the public.
So
They were lying to the public.
So your view is that I shouldn't criticize Joe Rogan. So this is your theory. I wouldn't accept the premise of this argument, but you're saying, well, if people weren't listening to Joe Rogan, they'd be listening to something worse. So, well, what is worse?
No. I mean, the criticism of Joe. So the first thing, the most important thing, we should probably start with this.
Right. You should be able to just make your point and then shut up and allow your guest to speak. You don't have to keep relitigating the same point, Dave.
Yes. What is worse, a false fact or a lie, a concerted lie?
It depends. It's entirely a matter of context. Sometimes a false fact might lead to thousands of deaths. Sometimes a concerted lie might do more good than harm. Right? There are noble lies. Right? I'm probably telling myself a lie right now. The amount of time and effort and preparation and energy and importance that I put into doing this show is not in accordance with reality. But I tell myself that it's much more important than it really is to meet, my various needs. Right? There are lies that are efficacious and do more good than harm, and sometimes a wrong fact might cause the death of hundreds of innocent people. So there's no inherent rule that a lie is always worse than a mistake.
Because I will read the sentence again. The experts, this is what you wrote. The experts got it right. They just lied. This sentence implies that lie.
Like, I like watching sports. Sports is lowbrow. There are probably other lowbrow things that I enjoy. So if people want to consume some lowbrow entertainment, then it's not the end of the world, right? It's not a big deal that people are not always seeking out the most cognitively challenging entertainment.
Lying is not as bad as getting it wrong.
Okay, the concept of this is not as bad.
So this reminds me of so many husbands I know who complain that their wives are far more into their iPhones than them. I mean, that just must feel like a kick in the guts, right? I remember once I went out with this woman. We met at a temple. We went out the first time, and she was just constantly on her phone. And I just dismissed her right there. It was just so rude. It was just so insulting. And I know women feel compelled to shit test men. And I didn't get up and walk away, but I just wrote her off from there. Now, afterwards, she pursued me for the next year. But because she'd been so rude in that initial date, I just couldn't take her that seriously afterward. All right? It's no fun being treated with that much contempt, right? And if someone's valuable to you and they're trying to talk to you and you're scrolling on your phone, it's self-destructive, it's stupid, it's rude. Don't do it.
A is not as bad as B is a meaningless statement.
No, that's a very meaningful statement. Your peer review.
I completely agree with Dave Green here. Like, everything is a matter of degree, right? We rarely get to choose between great and bad. We're almost always choosing between worse and worse than worse, or okay and a little bit better than okay. We're almost always choosing between gradations.
Let me finish. It's a meaningless statement unless you specify the standard of evaluation. Worse, better or worse vis-a-vis what? Well, if
you submit a paper.
Wait, listen.
Yeah.
Okay.
So obnoxious, right? Right, Cofnas is trying to develop his point.
And you can imagine a context where, given the situation, there's some obvious standard by which we're judging people, and therefore lying would be worse. In some cases, making a mistake would be worse. Now, with respect to the person's competence.
Right. If a mistake kills hundreds of innocent people, right, that's pretty bad. If a lie is a noble lie that saves the lives of hundreds of innocent people, all right, that's a good thing.
If they make a mistake, then it impugns their competence. If they lie, it impugns their honesty.
So I'll take an
Now-
example. Let's look at an example, right? You submit a paper to a peer review. It has a bad fact in it. The peer review it gets published. The journal comes back to you and confronts you with the bad fact. What destroys your credibility more? Sorry, it was a mistake, or I lied.
So first,
Yes, right? In most relationships, right, lying is going to do far more damage to your standing with the other party than making an honest mistake.
First, the analogy is completely irrelevant
What do you
because
mean? This frequently happens, Nathan. This happens. This just in the example I gave you.
That happens. How is that relevant to?
Right, Nathan, don't allow him to do this, man. Don't allow any host to do this to you. Insist that you get to make your point or you walk. Right? You can't allow people to treat you with this level of disrespect.
Anything I said. There are two claims that are there. I want to distinguish two claims. There are two different claims that people have made about experts. One is that the experts are not actually experts. They don't know what they're talking about. That's one claim.
So people who listen to Candace Owens or Joe Rogan still want experts designing skyscrapers that they work in or walk into. They still want experts designing the planes that they fly on. They still want experts designing the cars that they operate. People who listen to alternative media, right? They still want the very best when it comes to their own vital interests, but they enjoy alternative explanations for entertainment value or for comfort value or for a feeling of prestige that they know something that everyone else doesn't with regard to matters that are not vital to their own interests, right? You can lead a perfectly capable life without believing that we landed on the moon in 1969, right? You can believe that 3 different gunmen killed John F. Kennedy, and that's not going to affect your ability to pay your mortgage in a substantial way, right? You can believe that there are lizard men who control the weather, right? And you can still pay your mortgage and earn a 6-figure income. So there are things that are vital to our interests, and there are things that are virtually irrelevant to our interests. And with regard to things that are irrelevant to our interests, it doesn't really matter what we believe. But when it comes to things that are vital to our interests, we did not evolve to be gullible or we would not be here.
There's another claim, which is that the experts are liars. They're just in it for
those
themselves.
are two separate claims. I agree. Yeah.
Separate claims. So we want to judge the track record of the experts.
Fair enough.
So
Fair enough. We can concede this.
Are they lying? Are they incompetent? Now, with respect to
nobody thinks that the experts aren't experts. No one thinks that. I don't know anyone in this debate that thinks science doesn't work. That is not.
It's way too broad. All right. Sometimes being an expert is simply a matter of other experts designating you as an expert, and you don't actually tend to have much useful expertise, right? There's highly useful expertise, such as designing and building and operating airplanes and skyscrapers. And then there is expertise, so-called expertise, that doesn't have any real-world empirical value.
Not what people who watch Joe Rogan.
It's the scientists. Now, some of them are incompetent. Many people who are masquerading as experts are not true.
So the same CDC, Center for Disease Control, has been putting out for 25 years that approximately 50,000 Americans die each year of the flu. Now, this is a guess. It's a number designed to propagandize people to take the flu shot, as opposed to COVID death numbers, which come from death certificates, right? There aren't death certificates adding up to 50,000 people dying of the flu every year. So it's the same CDC releasing numbers of deaths, but one comes from a valid source of information, and another CDC number comes from an estimate designed to propagandize people. And so the two numbers need to be treated differently. So you can have the same agency releasing numbers, and you don't give the same amount of credibility to each number once you understand how the number is developed.
experts. Obviously, many people with PhDs, the so-called experts in gender theory, they're obviously fake experts.
Okay,
Experts in social psychology are fake experts. Okay, but most of them are. Now, some of them aren't. A small number of them aren't. So you have to distinguish who is a real expert and who is not. These are philosophically different.
But let's keep this in the realm of physics because it's super clear here, right? Like, so the journal has an audience, right? You know, the journal has an audience. It's guarding its audience's attention.
So I think Dave Green says he has a PhD in math or some very difficult topic.
For accuracy and quality, right? So it both has to worry about lies and incompetence, right?
Well, there are socially acceptable lies. There are socially approved lies. So there's never been a community in history that welcomes the truth in everything. People who are still in love with their spouse after 20, 30, 40, 50 years, they don't see their spouse as their spouse is, right? They see their spouse through rose-colored glasses. And people who love their complicated community will also tend to see it through rose-colored glasses.
Right.
Which one does it care more about?
It depends.
It depends on the context, right? Sometimes a fact, a wrong fact, a mistake, an innocent mistake might kill hundreds of people. Sometimes a deliberate lie might save the lives of hundreds of people. There's no ironclad rule. Dave Green thinks it's an epistemic principle that's transcendent and absolute and universal, that a lie is always worse than a mistake. It's not. In relationships, yes, usually you will lose more standing with the other party when you lie rather than just making a quote-unquote honest mistake.
This
From the
is not
perspective
controversial.
of
This
the
is not.
journal, I mean,
Have you gone?
in most cases, from the perspective of the journal.
All right, there's no need to be histrionic as a host because you disagree with something that your guest is saying. There's no need to interrupt and to roll your eyes. I remember I was asked to give a talk, and I was in this long multi-year training program, and one of the teachers asked me to videotape my talk. And so I wasn't planning on doing that, but on the day of my talk, I showed up with my video camera, and then in front of the whole group, he said, "Oh no, you can't do this. Guys, Luke should not be allowed to videotape this talk." So he set me up. He told me to videotape my talk. Then I bring my camera, and then he sandbags me in front of the class. Then I give my talk, and he's like rolling his eyes and sighing and exhibiting all this disrespect. So people are complicated.
It would be honesty.
But it's rude, right? You don't do that, right? If you're showing these signs of contempt to your spouse or to your boss, you're not going to hold that job very long. So the YouTube channel Psychax by, I think, Orion Taraban, the psychologist, he makes a great point that women tend to relate to their man the way that a man relates to a job that he wants to keep, right? If a man wants to keep his job, he doesn't roll his eyes at his boss. He doesn't show obvious contempt and disrespect for his boss. And so too, a woman who wants to keep her man does not show contempt and disrespect to her man, right? That which you want to keep, you don't display contempt towards.
Yes, it's honesty. It's honesty.
I mean, this is not.
If you
haven't
publish
shown
a
anything.
if you
I
publish
said
a
in
bad,
some context, honesty will be more important. In some context, competence will be more important.
no, honest.
Right. So ethics can be both situational and absolute. It's the situation that determines the absolute. I'm quoting Dennis Prager here. So I think Nathan Cofnas' response is far more sophisticated, and Dave Green is just hammering on some kind of universal principle that does not exist.
Honesty is always more important. If you publish a false,
right, he makes this point 100 times. Right, make your point once, make your point twice. You might even make your point 3 times, but don't hammer it 100 times. Come on, man.
Fact in a journal.
Yeah. Okay.
And this happens. This doesn't. It shouldn't happen all the time, but it does, right? And it's a mistake. You probably still could publish in that journal again. If you publish a false fact in the journal and they discover.
Look, we don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are. Right? All those in the media, all those elites who told us that Joe Biden was just fine, they usually were not deliberately lying, they were seeing Joe Biden through the eyes of their particular ideology, through the lens of their needs. So after Joe Biden's disastrous debate, I went and searched Google Scholar, and I could not find one academic who made the case that Joe Biden was unfit for office. Now, it was obvious, going back to 2017, that Joe Biden was unfit for office, but not one single scholar, not one single academic made that case. You had hundreds of academics making the case that Donald Trump was not fit for office, but Donald Trump obviously has an astounding amount of physical vitality and what Mark Halperin calls a huge bandwidth. And a huge bandwidth implies a pretty high IQ. And so you had hundreds of academics saying that Donald Trump was not fit for office. Not one single academic noted the obvious truth that Joe Biden was unfit for office, that he did not possess the minimum levels of physical stamina and mental acuity to hold down the office of presidency of the United States. And you have all these elite doctors who are also professors at elite medical schools, right, attesting that Joe Biden was just fine, that he was just fine physically, mentally, and signing their name to these declarations, right? All sorts of academics. You had Joe Scarborough saying this is the best Biden ever. Now, was Joe Scarborough deliberately lying when he said this is the best Biden ever? No, he was seeing the Joe Biden that he wanted to see, right? There's a type of woman that appeals to me, who would not appeal to you with the same intensity. I don't particularly find redheads attractive, right? You might find redheads attractive. So we see the world through the prism of our own needs and wants, throughout the prism of our own hero system, and we see what we want to see. And those people who were arguing up through the disastrous June 2024 debate with Donald Trump that Joe Biden was A-OK, right? They were looking at things through their own lens, and they were seeing what they wanted to see. Now, it's fascinating in the discussion of expertise that the experts, the cognitive elite, were the ones telling us up to that disastrous debate that Joe Biden was just fine. And it was the average person, the plumber, the gardener, who was noting that Joe Biden was senile. But to be an elite, to graduate from an elite university, means that you are strongly discouraged from using words like senile. But you cannot describe reality without using that sort of politically incorrect terminology.
That you deceptive, like you intentionally lied to them, you will never publish in that journal again.
So what if let's say I prove a politician lied, but he was actually right about everything, and then although he lied,
yeah, you shouldn't trust the politician.
That's nonsense. Every politician lies. Everybody lies. Everybody hurts. We're all flawed. We're all sinners.
Well, let's say he lied, then you shouldn't press any politician in history. Let's say he lied, and then he went and he did what he knew was right, but it was expedient for him to lie for some reason.
Sure.
So he lied, which is worse. Well, if
go back to the physics journal. Go back to the physics journal.
No, let's not go back to the physics journal.
Maybe they're incompetent.
I'm saying they're different ways of failing. So I'm saying it's relevant to say that did they fail because of dishonesty? Did they fail because of competence? I say we should get rid of them either way. In this case, we shouldn't tolerate either of those failures.
Maybe the federal government should cut way back on student loans, right? Let's eliminate student loans. So when I turned 18, it did not occur to me that my parents would pay for my way in life or to pay my way through college, right? I was prepared to pay my own way, and I don't think we should have the government subsidizing and funding most of what universities do, with the narrow exception of certain scientific studies. Right, I can see an advantage to the federal government perhaps subsidizing some areas of research, just like the Defense Department subsidized the development of the internet, right? That was a good thing.
But what's the solution? So if we want information about, let's say, where did COVID come from, should we ask Fauci? Well, we know Fauci's just...
All right, anyone else who rose to the top of the particular bureaucracy that Tony Fauci ran would have all the same traits as Tony Fauci, if not worse, right? You can't be a canny political player rising to the top of that type of bureaucracy without telling some lies, without massaging things, without doing the things that intellectuals often object to, right? We should not expect truth to be the number one priority for these kind of canny, savvy, bureaucratic players like Tony Fauci, right? Anyone else who achieves Tony Fauci levels of power is going to be a canny political player who is not usually a truth optimizer. On the other hand, most of what Tony Fauci had to say with regard to COVID did reflect the state of the consensus at that particular time, probably 90%.
Just going to say whatever serves his own interest to say.
Yes.
So
Exactly.
so probably not. But well, who should we ask? Should we ask some random comedian? Or
The more responsibility you have, right, the more you depend on popularity, right, the more incentives you're going to have to not tell the truth. And so the reason that politicians lie so much is because that's often where the incentives lie. World leaders do not tend to lie to each other very much because the leader of one nation is not naturally inclined to believe the leader of another nation, and so it's simply not effective to lie. But the reason that our politicians lie so much to a domestic audience is because there is evidence that that is often the more effective, the easier, gentler way to go.
or should we ask Alina Chan?
That's
Who
not
has-
that's not the,
So Alina Chan is a biologist. She's not a virologist. She doesn't have any expertise in determining whether or not the lab leak theory is true. Right? She's an opportunist, and I don't mean that in a critical sense. I think we should all be opportunists in that we should be looking for opportunities to advance our own interests and to advance the interests of our hero system. We should not be opportunists in the sense that is self-sabotaging, self-discrediting, that means that you're selling your soul, that you're selling out on your hero system, that you're losing self-respect and integrity, and in the long run, people will be strongly incentivized not to trust you. So that level of opportunism is maladaptive. I don't think it's a good idea.
the thing is
in microbiology and works at Harvard and MIT, the Broad Institute at Harvard MIT.
First of all,
Alina
you're
Chan-
picking, but this is
about-
what you're doing is a little trick, though. You know Alina Chen was right, and then you're picking her because you.
No, we don't know Alina Chen was right. Right? We don't know whether or not the lab leak theory is correct. Right? We don't have definitive evidence in that regard. And when you talk with great pomposity and assuredness about things for which there is no reason to be definitive, you're a fool. You're acting like an idiot.
You know that she was right, but if I picked a random person out of the faculty, they hadn't looked at the data like we had. They would decide with.
So only 1% at most of random faculty members at a university would have expertise with regard to anything COVID. So expecting any random faculty member to be correct in an area completely outside their expertise is absurd.
Fauci, because they would assume that the authority was
Okay, but
correct.
if they haven't looked at the data, then they don't have the relevant expertise. I mean,
Yeah, but I
yes,
have no
if
way.
I said this dumb thing that we should just blindly listen to anybody who has a PhD and works at Harvard, even if they're not familiar with the basic facts of the case, and they're just getting their information from a known liar. Yeah, that's not.
But
what I'm
he's not.
recommending.
We don't. This is the whole thing, right? Once there is a lie,
Tony Fauci is no more a congenital liar or a known liar than any other long-serving head of a large bureaucracy, right? You have to tell all sorts of lies to climb to the top of a bureaucracy and stay there.
that is coursing through the system from the top down, it is impossible to figure out who are the experts you should listen to. It is impossible because
Right. The more prestige you hold, right, the less freedom of speech that you have, right, the more intense the pressures are to conform. Right. Someone in a non-prestigious job is much more free to speak their mind than someone who, say, presides over Harvard University or CBS News.
The experts will lie. They'll lie and say that they looked at the data, even though they hadn't. They'll lie because they're looking for career advancement.
Experts are just like you and me, except they have expertise, just like the rich are just like you and me, except they have more money. All right, we're all trying to advance our own interests, advance the interests of our hero system. We're compromising on truth. We want to maintain our standing with a particular community, a particular group of people, and so we stay quiet in some things. It's not as though experts and the rich are just completely different characters, right? Think about all the compromises that you have to make every day to succeed. Let's say you're in business, and it may very well be that the only way you stay in business is by cutting some ethical corners, because everyone else in your field is cutting those same ethical corners. And if you don't cut those ethical corners, you'll be out of business and all your employees will be out of work.
Because the people above them lied. Once the system has a lie at that large of a scale, it becomes an incredibly untrustworthy system. And it's impossible to figure out which.
Every large institution contains lies, right? Everything human is corrupted. Everything human is fallible. There's no community that just embraces truth in everything. We're simply not cut out that way, right? Often believing a lie is comforting. It brings people together. It may even be adaptive. It may provide people comfort. It may provide people with strength, right? You don't want to go against your tribe. Living in the middle of the herd is usually the happiest, most adaptive, most effective way to live. Living outside the herd on your own, pursuing an individualist strategy through life, that's usually about the worst strategy, right? You are so much more vulnerable to the vicissitudes of life when you're on your own, as opposed to living in the middle of the herd. But if you want to live in the middle of the herd, you have to acquiesce to a lot of BS and to a lot of lies. Right? You can't be calling people out for lying if you want to safely reside in the middle of the herd.
Scientists are the ones who you can actually trust anymore. This is why lies are so much worse than mistakes.
Our trusting of people should usually be domain specific. Right? If you have a great accountant, you should trust your accountant with regard to their demonstrated expertise, but should not necessarily trust the accountant with anything else. If you've got a great rabbi who has provided you with excellent guidance, then you should have some trust based on his demonstrated expertise, but you should not trust him outside of his areas of demonstrated expertise. So this notion that they're just wonderful individuals who we can always trust is comforting, it's inspiring, it feels good, but it does not meet reality. Right? There are some areas of life, I think, where I see fairly clearly. And then there are other areas of life where I have enormous blind spots, where I'm self-deluded. There are some things in life where I'm good. There are other things in life where I'm terrible.
If it was just mistakes, then you could you could use the law of averages, since the mistakes are random in character and there's no sort of systematic bias. You could pull lots of experts and they would all make mistakes in different directions and get an understanding. But I can't tell before this thing becomes public, before I know Anthony Fauci is.
So he's just been going on and on here, repeating this same point. Come on, man.
In random directions. The lying is concerted, intentional, collective, and in one consistent direction, making it impossible to detect by appeal to a community.
I would expect people to shade things in their own favor. And so one way that I think I can detect the truth, whether it's in an ancient text or whether it's in a fresh conversation, is when people are admitting things that go against their hero system, that go against their own advantage, right? That's when I think, aha, I feel like I might be more likely than not getting some truth there.
Okay, that is why a lie is so much worse than an error.
So you think there's no lying? Joe Rogan and the comedians that he brings on his show, you think they never lie?
There might be. And if you could show Joe Rogan lying, that would seriously detract from his credibility. But the audience of
Joe Rogan doesn't have any credibility with people who optimize for truth. So he's got nothing to lose, which probably makes him so good at his job for his type of audience.
Joe Rogan follows Joe Rogan, not because they think he's an expert. They know he makes mistakes. They follow Joe Rogan because they think Joe Rogan is honest. And it was very, very obvious that Fauci was lying and had a history of lying. And, you know, if you could show Joe Rogan intentionally deceived his audience, that would seriously hurt his credibility. Absolutely. But mistakes, faux pas, that does not, because we haven't understood the problem. The problem is not that Harvard made a mistake and that they're fallible.
I just remember when Jon Stewart came on, I was quite young at the time. And I thought it was funny, but I also kind of realized that if you actually wanted to understand things, that this wasn't the best format for communicating.
So
Now,
the reason why Jon Stewart, and I don't watch Joe Rogan. I don't even really like Joe Rogan, but the reason why, first of all, Jon Stewart makes tons of mistakes. He's not an expert. You could come up with similar set of things he said that are totally wrong.
So I don't choose the music that I listen to on the basis of its logic. All right, I choose music that appeals to my emotions. I love the song Imagine by John Lennon, and I don't agree with almost any of its lyrics, but it just makes me feel something that I enjoy feeling. So there's a time for feeling, right? There's a time for selecting things based on how it makes you feel if it entertains you. And then there's a time for optimizing for truth, right? There's a time for truth and there's a time for lies. Right? There's a time for laughter and there's a time for crying. Right? There's a time for war and a time for peace. For everything, there is a time and a season under heaven.
And there's worse than that. I can show instances where Jon Stewart's a bad example on the lab leak thing because he came out on the right side of that thing early because he wasn't on the air. But the reason why, let's say Stephen Colbert or something like that, or I don't know.
Right. If you're wanking to pornography, do you really care if your favorite porn star is on the right side of lab leak theory, right? It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter where Jon Stewart is with regard to lab leak, right? He's a comic, right? He should be judged primarily on comedic criteria, not on optimizing for truth, optimizing for wisdom, optimizing for profundity. Now, one of the great things about making the case for wisdom is that there's no objective definition of wisdom, so you can't be disproved.
You could even take Douglas Murray if you wanted to. The reason why Joe Rogan is better from these establishment people is that the fundamental problem is that the Academy is lying to us. And
there is no the Academy. There's a bunch of
there is.
Right. Yeah, there is the Academy in the terms of American universities, but the notion that 50,000 American university professors who belong to the Academy are just lying to us is absurd. Some of them are lying to us about this, others are lying to us about that, but your plumber is lying to you about things, and your drug dealer is lying to you about things, and your friends and your family and your spouse and your kids, right? Children start lying by age 2, right? I became really good at lying about age 2, 3, 4, because I grew up for a few years between 1 and 4 in foster care. So I grew up as a tennis ball that adults would bounce off walls. And so to try to minimize the amount of time that I was bounced off walls, I learned to dissemble and to lie.
I'm in the Academy, so does that? But I claim I'm not lying.
So there's. So it is very obvious that there is a consensus in the Academy on many things. So the Academy presents itself as having certain positions on issues. A good example is global warming. A good example is human biodiversity, and you're a heretic from that, right? You can say, like, oh, lots of scientists have different positions in the Academy, but when the academic point of view is presented at a high level by the New York Times, it always cuts in one direction on controversial political issues, with some notable exceptions.
Right. I mean, this is all stated very explicitly in the essay.
Okay, so you do know what I'm talking about when I say the Academy.
I say you can't take claims of scientific consensus at face value. You have to conduct an investigation. Now,
you can't take almost anything at face value, right? If your wife tells you she loves you, you can't take that at face value. It might just be the thing to say, while she lines up her escape plan. You have to understand everything critically if you want to optimize for truth, right? And academics and scientists are not an exception to the human condition. They are a representative of the human condition.
Very often, like let's take the case of HBD. Well, if you give anonymous surveys to people who actually publish in intelligence research, which is exactly the same procedure they used to determine the 97% consensus among global warming researchers. If you do that, the vast majority of people who work in this area say that genes do contribute to the black-white IQ differences.
Yes.
So that's completely just empirically false that there's a.
So academics who specialize in intelligence know that intelligence, like pretty much every human quality or trait, has a genetic component.
Consensus, and you have many examples of.
And so,
right, good-looking parents tend to have good-looking kids. Smart parents tend to conceive smart kids. Socially adept parents tend to have socially adept children. I remember I went to this Shabbat dinner, and the parents were the most socially awkward people you could imagine, and their kids were all varying degrees of retarded. And on the other hand, right, you got good-looking, socially adept, socially skilled, successful, intelligent parents. Their children tend to be the same way because our genetics has a tremendous effect on us. Athletic parents tend to have athletic children. Parents with the gift of running fast tend to have children who can run fast. Parents who tend to run slowly and awkwardly tend to have children who run slowly and awkwardly. Parents who were among those first picked for teams when they were in grade school and people were choosing up teams, their kids tend to be picked first for teams.
So
environmentalists who say that I support environmentalist explanations for race differences for moral reasons. I've written two papers.
But when it comes to but when the New York Times comes and it comes time for the biology department or the anthropology department of Harvard to make a public statement, they say the exact opposite. So you're right in their little.
Yeah, guess what? A lot of the things that we proclaim publicly are not true. Right? There are a lot of things that are more expedient to say publicly than the truth.
Various things that are associated with the Middle Ages. So,
people are stupid. Yeah, okay. I'll grant you the average person is stupid, right?
Yeah, but they're not with regard to their own vital interests. Right? When it comes to your vital interests, you have been equipped by evolution to be quite skeptical of other people trying to manipulate you. With regard to things that have nothing to do with your vital interests, such as what should be America's policy vis-a-vis Ukraine or Israel or Taiwan, or did we land on the moon in 1969, that has nothing to do with your vital interests, and so you are then free to believe anything because it doesn't really matter for your ability to navigate life and reproduce.
Right.
Okay, well, that's something that not everyone would accept. So Dave Smith, for example, he mocks the idea that the common man can't figure shit out. So
it's a trope, particularly among people on the right, that people should do their own research. But usually you would be far better served following someone with expertise. Right? Most people are not equipped to do their own research. They're not skilled enough with statistics or with understanding scientific papers. So it sounds great, it sounds profound, it sounds individualist, it sounds American. Go do your own research. Most people are not equipped to do their own research. Most people are not incentivized to do the amount of work necessary to do your own research. Right? It's one of those fatuous things that people say. Dave Smith is a comic who sometimes has interesting things to say. He operates largely out where the buses don't run no more. Right? When I was blogging about the porn industry, I was largely operating out where the buses don't run no more. And when you operate out where the buses don't run no more, you don't have the same institutional restrictions and safeguards. And so on the one hand, you may contribute something valuable, and I believe Dave Smith sometimes says valuable things. On the other hand, you will say destructive and terrible and idiotic things. And sounds like Dave Smith has done some of that too. Dave Smith is a comic who often operates out where the buses don't run no more. Don't expect too much from him, but he has a decent batting average of saying some interesting, provocative, useful things. And it sounds like he also says a lot of nonsense. And welcome to the human condition.
Criticizes.
It depends what the
Sam
common
Harris.
man means.
He means just the average Joe Rogan. He was referring to the Joe Rogan listeners. So the average Joe Rogan listener, who Dave Smith calls the common.
So conservatives love common sense, and people in the center left, and the elite and the most educated tend to put a much higher value on expertise than common sense. And neither side is consistently superior to the other. Right? There are situations where common sense is superior to the reigning expertise. And there are other occasions where expertise is superior to the common sense of the common man. Right? You can't just accord either expertise or common sense like universal value. Right? Sometimes one is better than the other.
I think of the common people or something like that. Is that they just can't figure shit out? Well, yeah. I mean, do you agree?
The common
that
man has one goal, and that's to figure out who's lying and who's not. He doesn't have expertise when it comes to determining the numbers, but the common man has to determine who's lying to him and who's not.
The common man has 100 IQ, and he's unlikely to be particularly good at detecting lying, except for where it concerns his own vital interests. And then he will be appropriately skeptical, usually. Right? If you encounter people with a 100 IQ, you should know that they're not easy to manipulate against their own best interests. Right? There are plenty of beautiful women in clubs and bars and at parties who the brilliant man will have a very difficult time to get into bed because it's probably against these women's best interests to go to bed with this brilliant man. Right? Usually it takes quite a bit of effort to get a woman into bed because women have evolved appropriate levels of skepticism against male sexual predation.
Not. We've established that the Academy is lying on political grounds and numerous.
No, we haven't established that the Academy is lying in political grounds. Yeah, there are often strong incentives to lie, and then we recognize that plumbers and rabbis and gardeners and lawyers and accountants and academics often will lie when they're strongly incentivized to do so.
Numerous. Well, basically on almost all political issues that have a scientific bent, the Academy will always, when there's a choice between politics and truth, the Academy.
Most people will pursue their own interests over pursuing truth because it'd be evolutionarily maladaptive to sacrifice your own best interests in the pursuit of a truth that does not serve your own best interests.
AKA the public presentation of information as academic to prestige media will always cut in one direction, and they will always prefer the political cause over the truth.
Okay,
in my
keep
experience.
referring to the Academy as if there is no the Academy.
But Nathan, you referred to this, and when we talked about the public presentation of the biological and anthropological opinion on human biodiversity, you referred to, what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when something like James Watson's defrocking for speaking about HBD happens. What I'm saying is that all of the biology and anthropology departments publicly, like their public statements, all align against James Watson. That's why they were able to cancel him for that. And it doesn't matter.
Did anthropology departments all around the United States condemn James Watson? I don't believe that's correct.
expertise is garnered by essentially having like accurate opinions. But as somebody who's running a podcast or who's looking into the news, I have no way to believe whether the amateur that is coming on the podcast is going to be more accurate in what he tells me about Israel than the guy sitting there with 2 PhDs.
I
The
didn't
reason
say
why
the expert has to have accurate opinion.
Okay, someone's got 2 PhDs in fields regarding the Middle East, right? They are far more likely to be accurate than some amateur.
I specifically said John Mearsheimer and Scott Horton have opinions that I think are wrong.
Okay.
But they still have expertise because they're not making mistakes like thinking the Soviet Union agreed to give up communism in exchange for this written promise not to expand NATO. They wouldn't do that because they're experts.
So, shockingly, Dave Smith, the comic, does not display the same scholarly rigor as John Mearsheimer. But we shouldn't expect that level of rigor from Dave Smith. We should expect comedy from Dave Smith.
That's why they have a right to an opinion.
Look, there's similar mistakes. I could read one right here from Tom Friedman, right?
Why do you keep? I said I'm not defending Tom Friedman. So.
Look, I could find some like the idea. I think this.
So he keeps wanting to go back that Tom Friedman has made some mistakes. Therefore, Tom Friedman's not an expert. Big deal. Right, Nathan Cofnas is not arguing that Tom Friedman is some oracle from heaven.
This is a completely post hoc standard. There's no standard that you could use to tell me who has the right to determine who who can speak on Israel and who can't.
Nathan Cofnas is not determining who can speak on Israel. Someone who does not know Hebrew and Arabic and Farsi and the languages of the Middle East does not have the same level of expertise as someone who does have literacy in those languages.
Anybody can speak on Israel. There's a question. If
No,
we're being
you said in your
epistemically
article
responsible, who should we hand the microphone to? Just anybody who people find entertaining? Even if they speak.
If it's an entertainment podcast, then the criteria is, are they entertaining? If it is a podcast that optimizes for truth, then the criteria is optimization for truth. If the criteria is who's funny, then you choose on that basis. If the criteria is who's compelling, right? What meets the needs of your particular audience? You want to be successful, you meet the needs of a particular audience. And then that is your criteria, right? I choose to optimize for truth, and I don't care about the needs of my audience or go, I am not successful. Because I am not serving my audience. I'm serving my abstract level of interest and my abstract understanding of what is true. If I wanted to be successful, I would focus with a laser on what my particular audience wants.
Few lies and get things wrong.
No, this is the critical thing that you're not understanding. What people are worried about on these talk shows are not that people are going to make errors or exaggerations, but that they're explicitly being lied to for political purposes. That is why people trust Joe Rogan, not because he doesn't make mistakes. It's because they think he's not.
Okay, who's worried? Right? People worry about podcasts when they feel that the podcast goes against the interests of their particular hero system. If the lies and the deception and the manipulation go in favor of their hero system, most people will be fine with it. Like Douglas Murray, right? I agree with him about virtually everything. So it'd be really easy for me to be completely down with Douglas Murray.
Not lying to them. That is the core problem you're dealing with right now. If you want people to trust the experts, then you have got to go.
Nathan Cofnas doesn't want people to indiscriminately trust the experts, right? With regard to your own vital interests, you should be appropriately skeptical about who has relevant expertise to further your own vital interests. If it has nothing to do with your vital interests over matters over which you have no control, it doesn't really matter for your own well-being.
To these people who've been caught lying and punish them, starting with the medical and biomedical establishment of the major university system. You have to lobby.
So how do you know if you're living in reality? How do you know if you're living in truth? if you're living in truth, if you're living in reality, if you're living with humility, and humility simply means that you accept and recognize reality. If you're getting humiliated, you're out of touch with reality. If you are getting humiliated, you have a misconception about your own proper role in the world. So that's my greatest source of humiliation. I overestimated my own importance and my own value in various interactions as a result of my overestimating my value, as a result of my living in vagueness and having this overestimation of my own value. I got humiliated. And when I got humiliated, I didn't like it. And I hope that I learned from it. And I may well have talked about the experience. And I came back to this show and I said, hey, I learned something. I overestimated my value in this type of interaction. I got humiliated and I want to learn from that, get more clarity. On the other hand, if you're going through life and you're not getting humiliated on a regular basis, means that you are living with humility and you're living in reality with regard to that which matters.
Lobby for these people to be thoroughly punished, probably put in jail for their role in COVID, in creating.
So people who are publicly proclaiming on topics where they are out of touch with reality, reality will humble them. Big operators who are at war with reality, they will be humbled by reality. Right? You don't have to become God's deliverer of karma. Right? That usually will not work out to your own benefit. You can allow reality to deliver the karma. You don't have to deliver the karma.
COVID by funding it and then by covering up its creation, by continuously lying to the press about it. Now, we could talk about that is where.
Yes, so if the United States funded gain-of-function research that ended up spreading COVID to the world and killing more than 20 million people, that's a huge, huge scandal and a terrible thing. We don't have strong definitive evidence that that is what happened. We have enough disturbing signs that we should be concerned, aware, want more investigation.
Honesty starts, not with determining like these phony baloney standards for who's an expert and who's not, and all of a sudden experts can be amateurs as long as they get it right, and the mistakes that Murray makes are somehow less bad than the mistakes that Smith makes. This is
Scott
ridiculous.
Horton.
So Douglas Murray makes all sorts of absurd mistakes, right? Douglas Murray, I agree with him about almost everything, but he is not an example of rigorous reasoning. He's not an example of great scholarly achievement, right? He is a partisan pundit who never seems to deviate from his particular right-wing brand of punditry, which is fine. It's what I agree with, but there's nothing special there, right? If you're right-wing and he just reconfirms your worldview, but he says it with a British accent and it feels more intellectual or it feels good for you, and you get comfort from listening to it, right? You get comfort, but that's no more valuable than listening to a song that brings you comfort, right? You're not going to become deeper and wiser and smarter listening to Douglas Murray, right? He's a hack, right? He's a partisan hack. He's a partisan hack for my side. So I wanted to live and be well, but I don't choose to spend my time listening to him or to Ben Shapiro.
Not something you just pick up by browsing a Wikipedia entry or Twitter, and then having an opinion that emanates from.
And Mr. Altberger asks a great question in the chat. What do you do when society is not aligned with reality? So you recognize it and you ask, is it in my own best interest to go public calling out my own society? And so those who opposed the Iraq invasion of 2003, right, they were vindicated, but for many people, it may have cost them their jobs. Maybe it led to some law enforcement investigation. Maybe you incentivize people, maybe you put a target on your own back and your life was ruined by being right. So I like the California traffic admonition, don't be dead right. So don't be dead right. If it's not going to harm your vital interests, then perhaps you might want to speak out. If you have the opportunity to change the direction of your society, if you have the potential for developing a healthier, more realistic society, then even though it may go against your interests, you may choose to be a martyr, you may choose to sacrifice your own interests in the name of a greater good. Most people don't seem to thrive going to war with their own society. Most people don't seem to be happier and healthier and more effective in life going to war with their society. So some people can maintain their equilibrium, but in general, for every 10 persons who think that they are particularly well equipped to do the noble and sacrificial thing, calling out lies, only 1 out of 10 are really equipped, right? The other 9 are just destroyed in the process. And you're not usually doing your society, your loved ones, any favors by destroying yourself in a fruitless battle. If you face consequences for not participating in that delusion, then participate in that delusion, right? If you have any in-group identity, right, you'll recognize delusions in your in-group, and you should participate in them anyway, because that's the price that you pay for belonging to your in-group, right? You likely will have to or be incentivized to encourage your boss or your superior in some delusion, or your spouse in some delusion, or your friend in some delusion, right? It's usually not worth going to war with your friend, your spouse, or your boss over their particular delusions. There's a great admonition in the book of Proverbs, never reprove a fool, for he will hate you, but when you reprove the wise man, he will love you. So if someone is going to love you for your reproof, then you're incentivized to reprove them. But if someone's just going to hate you for reproving them and it's not going to change them, then don't engage in that act of self-destruction.
From your deep knowledge and being able to defend it by citing lots of facts and an understanding of the methodology that people who work in that field employ, and that we should be hear from all sides of a controversial issue, about at least controversies about which experts recognize that there's legitimate disagreement. So if you have, let's say, some crackpot who wants to defend Trump's tariffs, something that no serious economist does in the world.
Well, you tell me that, right? But we just had, no one's going to believe that. No one is going to believe that in the world.
So is it true that no serious economist will defend Trump's tariffs? I think that's a little bit of an overstatement, really more accurate than not. But let's put it into grok. Is it true that no serious economist will defend Trump's tariffs? Right. No, it's not true. Right? You just said something that's not true, and many economists, right, argue that tariffs raise prices, but virtually all economists who specialize in trade or even support free trade recognize that there is a time and a place for tariffs, right? Adam Smith, David Ricardo, all sorts of economists who are known to be free trade economists recognize that in certain situations, tariffs is a better way to go. So the debate hinges on trade tariffs, right? Free trade economists prioritize efficiency and consumer prices. Pro-tariff economists emphasize national security, job preservation, strategic decoupling. Right? Critics of the no serious economist claim point out it dismisses heterodox views and assumes a consensus that's not absolute, but the majority view in mainstream economics leans against broad tariffs. Now, economists do have contributions to make, but they are not the only group who should be considered with regard to trade policy. For example, there are many serious shortcomings to economic analysis. The mainstream economic models do not take into consideration balance of power politics. And if you're not taking into consideration balance of power politics, right, you've got a very seriously limited view on trade. We have zero examples of any sizable nation becoming rich without employing a considerable amount of protectionism.
where all the medical establishments lie about a verifiable fact, that in the dismal
So I'm thinking about all those experts in the medical establishment promoting gender-affirming care, right? Just something that's absolutely horrible. It's very financially lucrative for doctors and for hospitals, but it's terrible for people. It's just mutilation. So sometimes the experts are wrong. Sometimes the expert consensus is a terrible, heinous thing.
economics is way less certain than medical science.
Well, not on this.
Way
It's
less
definitely not on Trump's tariffs. But
No, but you're
yeah, I
pointing
mean
to a
that's why what
consensus.
Anthony Fauci did was so bad, because he did destroy the credit. What he did had a predictable result of destroying the credibility of the.
Anthony Fauci was not primarily a scientist, right? He was primarily a savvy, canny political player who operated a bureaucracy. We should not be looking to such canny political players for scientific truth, right? They don't rise to run bureaucracies on the basis of their truth optimization.
The establishment institutions in general
Rightfully destroyed the credibility of the establishment. Now you have to demonstrate why were the economic predictions of the free traders correct? So for tariffs, for instance, when we started loosening tariffs in the 70s and then did it again with NAFTA in the 1990s, all of the economists that you cite as experts made certain predictions about how this would impact employment across the board, how this would predict the industrialization of the United States, how this would predict the well-being to middle America. And a lot of those predictions were false.
That's most definitely not true.
Maybe some.
So I'm sure there are areas where the economists' predictions were reasonably accurate, and there are other areas where they were not so accurate. I asked Grok, did NAFTA improve the standard of living for the average American? And Grok says it had a mixed impact, right? Free trade benefits the standard of living for many Americans, and it hurts the standard of living for other Americans. Overall, perhaps modest overall benefits, but devastating results for large sections of Americans. Right? There were tens of millions of Americans who were hurt by NAFTA. There are tens of millions of Americans who were benefited by NAFTA. Overall, according to economists, modest gains for the average American, but very small. Right? But it harmed low-skilled manufacturing workers in many regions of the United States. So, do we want to operate our economy primarily on the basis of economic efficiency according to various models? Or do we first want to consider what type of society we want and then design our economy in that direction?
Specific predictions, yeah, people make specific
Of course,
predictions.
specific predictions are false.
But the fact is there was an explosion of wealth in the last few decades.
An
America's
explosion
the
of
biggest
wealth
winner.
that occurred in specific areas of
Yeah, there was an explosion of wealth with some groups in some areas, and there was devastation for other groups in other areas. Right? Overall, most Americans went backwards economically during the Biden years. Right? Inflation hurt them. They lost purchasing power. Right? If you didn't own property, didn't have a solid 401k plan, you in all likelihood went backwards during the Biden years. And so the experts kept saying the economy was great, but for most Americans, it was bad during the Biden years.
there was an explosion of wealth in New York. There's not an explosion of wealth uniformly across America. The explosion of wealth
uniformly in every single spot, wealth went up. As a whole, the country is far better off than we were before. We're much richer and the living standard is way higher.
Okay, that's not true, right? The evidence is not that America is dramatically way higher, better for the NAFTA agreement. Right? The evidence is that there is a slight overall benefit to the economy and the economic well-being of Americans due to NAFTA, that's the conventional view from economists.
The economists were entirely right about that. The free traders were.
Wait, it's from the 90s.
We were much richer than we were in the 90s. Correct.
By what metrics?
I mean, how many minutes you have to work to buy a basket of goods? I mean,
A basket of goods. No, stop that there. Excellent standard.
That is a good standard, and in general, you have to work less to buy most goods in America compared to elsewhere in the world. Now, there was a great Politico article a few months ago. Voters were right about the economy. The data was wrong. Right? Unemployment is much higher than official data suggest. Wages are lower, and growth is much less robust than government statistics suggest. Right? This is by Eugene Ludwig. Right? He's the former U.S. controller of the American currency. Right? He's someone who knows something. So elites and experts were puzzled by the disconnect between economic reality shown in government statistics and the public's perceptions of the economy on the ground. And so people's perceptions of the economy is part of objective reality, right? That counts too. Now, perceptions are not necessarily accurate, but their perceptions are part of reality. And so government statistics approximate reality, more closely or more distantly.
Let's take houses, education.
Okay, so education first.
Yeah, housing and education has become much more expensive compared to your average good since the 1990s.
What you're getting everybody wants, if you want to live like
houses
a Detroit,
is more substantial.
if you want to live like a Detroit auto worker in the 1970s,
how many minutes?
If you want his standard of living, you can buy a house in Detroit for
how many minutes
$1,000.
does it take to buy a house in a location that is within commuting distance of an actual job that I could hold?
Yeah, the price of housing has gone up. Right, that does not negate Nathan's point.
But you can't work as a manager at Panda Express in New York and live in Trenton, fucking New Jersey. Like, that doesn't work. That's like 4-hour commute. Like, at least, right? At least.
Okay, so let's say, and I believe it's factually empirically correct, the price of housing, the price of healthcare, and the price of education has gone up dramatically compared to other things, right? That the price of some things, some goods and services have gone up dramatically, and the prices of other goods and services have gone down dramatically, right? We have to take the overall inflation rate and then see how it affects different classes of society, right? For example, poorer people, right? They have a different mixture of the goods and services that they purchase compared to the middle class. The middle class purchases a different mixture of goods and services compared to the upper class. So free trade tends to be great for the upper class, the upper middle class, for the educated. It tends to be lousy for people with below average IQs, people who work in manufacturing or are affected by the manufacturing sector.
And that doesn't work. Like, this is ridiculous. The people who are working these jobs cannot afford the houses. Like, and there's numerous numbers about this, right? Like, you can see this definitively.
Yeah. So you think the situation that in Spain or Italy that
I made no statement about Spain or Italy.
So we're comparing our record. How is America doing now that we have free trade?
The comparison we made was to America in the 90s. That was your contention, was that we were better off,
worse off economically than we were
in the 90s. Yes, that was your contention. Was that
my
we were
opinion
better
is that's ridiculous. And if you have an example of if you have evidence that there was a consensus among economists that if we implemented NAFTA or some free trade agreement, then a certain thing would happen, and it didn't happen. I mean, you haven't shown this.
So you're saying that most economists were against NAFTA in the 90s?
So they're in favor of NAFTA, and then after NAFTA, we became richer.
We became poor.
Better off. Yeah, okay, I think that's ridiculous.
But Nathan, do you not see how this trick works? Do you not see how?
So support for free trade tends to go hand in hand for freer movement of peoples. Now, you can be like Nathan Kofnas and be for high immigration restriction and free trade, but it doesn't usually operate that way, right? Free trade, free movement of peoples tends to run together.
How this trick works? Do you not see this as evidence of like the median person in
This "do you not see" is just so obnoxious, right? It's not a good way to talk to anyone. It's just obnoxious. It's just so condescending and pompous. Don't do it.
1990s, he sees a consensus of economists, and they say NAFTA is going to make you and your children's life better. And they sign and go, oh.
Economics has more status than any other social science of which I'm aware. Tends to have a higher proportion of men, tends to be more mathematical, more rigorous than any other social science, right? Economics has proven its value. It doesn't mean that it's always right whenever the perspective of economists and those of other experts clashes. It doesn't mean the economists are always right, but economics has made significant contributions.
Oh, yes, I believe the experts. NAFTA. I'm not saying the economists are right or wrong about tariffs. I have no position on tariffs. I want to make that 100% clear, okay? I think that to the extent that we do tariffs, we should do them very, very slowly. So I have no position on that, right? The person in the 1990s signs on to that, and then we go into 25 years in the future or 35 years in the future, and we end up in 2025 where groceries are unaffordable, education is unaffordable, fuel is unaffordable, and most importantly, one of the biggest expenditures on your paycheck. How is
Nathan Kofnas, in what he's stating about the average standard of living for the median American, has improved from the 1990s. Now, that doesn't mean that as a society, our social trust or our social cohesion has improved. Doesn't mean that the dignity of your 100 IQ average median American has improved. But as far as the purchasing power of the American dollar, right, it buys more stuff now, right? We have more access to cheap goods due to our free trade agreements.
Housing is unaffordable. By unaffordable, I mean the median income inside a reasonable distance of the job cannot afford anything approaching a starter home in that area. So like your median income in New York cannot, New York City is, let's just take that off the boat. In most cities that aren't, New York or San Francisco, it is incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to afford a house based on the median income. This was not true in the 1990s or 1980s. So as an average person, as a median person, I see the consensus of economists tell me to do something politically that has the opposite of effect of what their promised outcome was.
Right.
That destroys their credibility.
And look, if people are confused about whether we've become richer or poorer in the last 30 years, then, I mean, yes, they will draw false conclusions on important issues, including about whether we should listen to economists. I mean, you say that you're not against, that you have no position on the tariffs, but you say that we became poorer with free trade. So it sounds like
the economists were wrong about the fate of real work.
And let's bring Nathan Kofnas in live, and just been discussing your video with Dave Green. Nathan, how's it going, mate?
Good. Thanks for having me on.
Go ahead. Sorry.
By the way, I can't see you. Is that how it's supposed to be?
I will. Yes, because that's my secret power. Because my charisma is so blinding that you would lose freedom of will. And so I am like the Almighty. I am withdrawing the force of my charisma so that you will have complete freedom of will. That's what I'm doing for you, Nathan.
But why why did you not have this beneficence before?
Because I'm using a different platform. So I'm now using StreamYard. And so I will send you a link because I recognize that the the quality of my eyes is just so electric that even the most staunchly heterosexual man will sometimes feel an overwhelming need to just, be warmed by the power of my charisma, even though I'm trying to turn it down to zero to enable you to have complete freedom of will. I recognize the warming power that I possess, and I'm just a vessel, right? This is no credit to me. I am just a vessel of the one true God. And I'm sending you a link. Just make sure you turn down the volume so you'll get to see me, on 5-10 second delay. I sent you a link in DM. But
I shall do as you instruct.
Yeah.
Are we live, by the way?
Yes, we are live. I've been yakking for 2 hours. I've been sharing insights that will forever change your life. If you watch this back, it will just transform your understanding of philosophy and biology and economics. It's just an amazing intellectual tour de force. And okay, Nathan Cofnas, what are you working on these days?
My lawsuit against Emmanuel College, although I can't get into too many details, but as people may know, Emmanuel College terminated my position of college research associate because they said that a guide for the hereditarian revolution could be interpreted as a challenge to the values of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And those are the values of the college. So how could I be a member of the college if I have challenge? They use the word challenge. So if I challenge DEI, how could I be a scholar at Cambridge?
But aside from your lawsuit, you have an astounding body of academic papers. Are there areas that you can share that you're working on in your academic writing?
I've been. I won't get it. I want it to be a surprise, so I'm not going to get into too many details. But I am working on a book on ethics and the rise of leftism and the future of morality.
Okay, and I am operating at a severe disadvantage because I could not sleep last night. I'm so excited about talking to you that I just couldn't sleep. So I am caffeinated, I am modafiniled, I am, every which way trying to, fire up the old cognitive engines, but I'm like maladaptively excited about this conversation.
Well, I've got my chamomile tea. So
I'm sure it was the same for you. I'm sure the prospect of talking to me like just made sleep impossible last night.
Yes, of course. We're on the same.
I was so mad when I watched this Dave Green interview. You were such a gentleman, but the bloody bloke kept hectoring and lecturing and talking down to you and saying, "Don't you understand?" and making the same point for an hour. How did you stand it? How did you have such grace? Was it your faith in the Lord?
It's only because I could look forward to coming on your show the following day and being cleansed. But like the fifth time that he challenged me on Thomas Friedman and how can you support Thomas Friedman after every time he mentioned Thomas Friedman, I said I don't support Thomas Friedman. I'm sure you remember that.
Yes, it was awful. He made the same point for an hour on something else. Oh, don't you understand that the median American is worse off due to NAFTA, and the evidence is against that. But he kept hammering for an hour on the price of housing, which has gone up, but it was insufferable.
The curious. I can't say that I'm surprised by this guy. I've had enough experience being in the online right, but people. There's clearly a large audience on the right for somebody to flatter the common man. and say that, well, the common man is just as good, just as, great, knows just as much about medicine as they do at Harvard Medical School, that you can figure out the truth about complex historical events. Some trained historian has no advantage over you. And look at when Dave Green couldn't understand what I was saying, his first impulse, well, wow, you're not good at philosophy. I, Dave Green, I know more about philosophy than you. So because I didn't understand what you just said. So, but that was, this is a pretty extreme expression of that impulse. Now, Dave, after I published my essay on expertise, podcast bros and brain rot, Dave Green tweeted some screed about how Cofnas thinks that we should blindly trust the experts. Now, whether you agree with my essay or not, like there were many statements in the essay that said, don't blindly trust the experts lie, that you have to hold them accountable, there has to be an investigation, you have to consider, do they have ulterior motives for what they're saying? Are there disagreements among the experts? But Dave Green's interpretation of that is just because for the kind of person, the typical person on the online right, there's this position associated with the left, which is that you should just believe whatever somebody with a PhD says, as long as they're certified, by the New York Times. And then there's this other position, which is anybody can know anything. Nobody is smarter than anybody else. Joe Rogan is has just as much of a medical bona fides as a professor of medicine at Harvard. And if a position doesn't fit into one of those two boxes, then it's impossible for them to understand. So I was not impressed at all by what Dave Green said on Twitter. But then he challenged me to debate. And my first thought was that would be a waste of time. But I talked to a few people about him. I think maybe we talked about it on Twitter DMs. And at least he's not a a Nazi or Mike Enoch type character. So okay, I figure I'll give it a try. I'll talk to him. But yeah, I mean, he was. I did think that there was some possibility that he would try to extend some hospitality and to make an effort to have a productive conversation. But obviously, he wasn't interested in that at all.
Why'd you let him keep interrupting you? It made me so mad.
Well, I mean, from my perspective, he was discrediting himself with his when he spoke, so it was fine with me. But for a lot of people in the audience, whoever talks more, whoever is louder, they think that they had the better argument.
Now, the Martinez guy that you went on with, he's written some great essays. He's a smart guy. But again, he just kept interrupting you. You would start to develop a thought, and then he'd finish your thought. And but I mean, I gave up after an hour. How was your experience of that show?
Well, Martinez is a very nice guy. He does have, as you say, some good. He's written some useful stuff. If somebody shows me hospitality on their show and is kind enough to invite me on, I'm not going to, nitpick at his interview style. That's now. I enjoyed talking to Martinez. Dave Green, though, he invited me onto his show and just to just to whine and say that I'm a liar and generally demonstrate bad faith.
And then you spoke at Stanford University, and the people in the audience were just continually interrupting you. That is not the protocol for an academic lecture. Normally, the protocol is you give your lecture, and then there are questions afterward. Why'd you put up with these old geezers like continually interrupting you?
I actually really enjoyed the Stanford talk. I know that wasn't what I expected to happen, that I would talk for 20 or 30 seconds and then somebody would shout shout something at me. But I actually I enjoyed going off script and meeting their challenges. It's a different way of giving a talk. It's but I like it. I mean, if it's at least at Stanford, they were making. I disagreed with what the critics were saying, but they were making somewhat intelligible comments. Unlike with Dave Green, where it was just a bunch of nonsense.
So you did an interview with Amy Wax, and she kept telling you, Nathan, you're not being helpful. And I was thinking, Nathan is not trying to be helpful to the political cause. Like, Nathan is trying to blaze a trail and let the consequences be damned. But what was your reaction to your Amy Wax conversation?
Well, I mean, that's right. It's as you say. And also, although I do want, I want there to be a hereditary revolution in real life. I want this to make the transition from the world of ideas to the world of matter and society. But I'm not an activist. I'm not a Christopher Rufo type figure. I'm a philosopher, and I'm interested in understanding the moral principles underlying our socio-political system and how they're inconsistent with certain internally inconsistent or inconsistent with certain empirical facts about the world. And I don't comment on this with an eye toward direct political activism. Like, well, if I say this, then although it's true, then that will theoretically, discourage people from voting the way I want in the next midterm election. Like, that isn't part of the calculation that I'm making. I think that we need people like Chris Rufo, but we also need somebody to take a longer view and to think about the philosophical foundations of the anti-woke position. Now, I think Amy is, of course, a dear friend of mine, and I think Amy and I have very similar ultimate goals, but she has taken on the project of defending Trumpism, and yeah, I think that's a big mistake. And so I have doesn't bother me at all that what I'm saying is making it harder to defend Trump, because I have no interest in defending Trump.
So Dave Green, he titled your interview, "Should We Be More Deferential to Experts?" And he kept up the perspective that you're arguing we should be more deferential to experts, which has had absolutely nothing to do with your Substack essay. It's just obtuse to argue contrary.
Well, as I said, they only understand two positions. One is the New York Times position of anybody with a PhD who supports kind of the liberal establishment party line is an expert, and we have to accept whatever they say. And then there's the other position, which that wisdom percolates from the seething masses of low IQ right-wing anons, and then a different view, which is my view, which is that there's in order to have an opinion on a subject that has, for your opinion to have value, for it to be worth paying attention to, you should meet some level of education on the subject, knowledge of the subject, and we should be selective about who we pay attention to, and that we also have to be aware that people who are posing as experts may be wrong, they may lie, they may be there may be subject to groupthink, there may be all these other forces, but ultimately high quality ideas and opinions are going to come from people who know what they're talking about, i.e. experts.
So aren't you supposed to say before every media appearance that you're a Leverhulme Early Career Fellow at Cambridge, or did Cambridge University tell you, Nathan, say this before every media appearance, but when you're on 40's show, just don't mention it?
Oh no, I just have to say it at some point. I think the contract, my contract says, I forget the exact word, but it's just you have to say it. They didn't say when you have to. So I've fulfilled now because of you, I've fulfilled my contractual obligations.
Okay. Now, when did you first start publishing? Do you remember your first publication?
It was in February of 2015. Was Science is Not Always Self-Correcting, Fact Value Conflation in the Study of Intelligence. Now, since then, I've become much better at coming up with titles for my papers, but this was the first one, so it was.
Where did you publish it, and just walk me through a little bit of your publishing history, mentioning both the academic publishing and I believe you've also published in conservative journals.
So, I think that was the first thing I ever published. So that was when I was a graduate student at Lingnan University in Hong Kong. I was working with Nevin Seserdich. And I collected a bunch of quotes of prominent scholars, intelligence researchers, philosophers, saying that we should lie about group differences in intelligence for moral reasons, or saying that we should avoid investigating the truth, the possibility of hereditarianism for moral reasons. And no, I think and then I argued that, well, we shouldn't lie about it. We should try to discover what the truth is, and that this will have all sorts of benefits. And I thought, my first paper, if I were writing it again, I would definitely do it a bit differently. But I had some bombshells there, I think, or a lot of really extraordinary admissions by very prominent people from Noam Chomsky, Robert Sternberg, Howard Gardner. I should think of maybe one Gentile I can, but well, anyway.
That Sessa guy is a Gentile, right? Your advisor?
Yeah, but Seserdich, yeah, he is. So I'm saying,
yeah, I get it.
But the people who were saying we should lie about it.
Yeah, it's not only Jews who say that we should lie. I want to make that clear.
Yeah, that's right. Although there's an interesting factoid that out of, I think it was, I counted 6 or 7 open race realists among professional philosophers, and only Nevin Seserdich is a Gentile. So according to MacDonald's theory, he would be the Gentile front to a Jewish
Yes.
intellectual movement. Right. But there's obviously me, Steve Kirshner, Johnny Anomaly, Michael Levin, Peter Urbach. So that's, I guess, 6. There might be a 7th. That slipped my mind, but so Nevin wrote a book called Making Sense of Heritability, incidentally published by Cambridge University Press, I think in 2005. And he critiqued all of the methodological arguments that have been made against hereditarianism about intelligence and race differences. It was because of, after reading that book, that I decided I wanted to study with him. So while I was at Lingnan, I published this paper, Foundations of Science. Then I published a couple articles in the Weekly Standard. I never thought that I would be able to break in to like conservative publishing, because I would, when I was in college and in early graduate school, I would sometimes send articles to these places, and they just send back a form letter. I was really disappointed that I was never able to publish in Commentary magazine, because there was a period of time when I was in college where I was quite impressed by them. That before John Podhoretz took over, it was actually like pretty had reasonably high intellectual standards, or at least it seemed that way to me when I was in college. But they always rejected my stuff. Then I sent an article on global warming alarmism I sent it to National Review, and then I didn't hear anything back. Then I sent it to the Weekly Standard, and like half an hour later, the editor replied and said, like, we'd love to publish this if it's still available. Like, let me know if if you haven't already placed it somewhere else. So that was nope, I haven't. So they published it, and then the day after it was published, then Jonah Goldberg wrote an article in National Review, which was largely a response to my article. And then a week after that, the editor of National Review emailed me and said, "Oh, sorry for the late reply. We're rejecting your article." Anyway, I had my revenge that it was published in Weekly Standard, and even there was an article about it in National Review.
And you were able to buy your first home on the proceeds of that article.
$50,000. I bought a mansion in Detroit. Living the dream of a Detroit auto worker in the 1970s. So then Nevin had to retire at age 65, which was a year before I was supposed to get my PhD at Lingnan. And then he encouraged me to look for other opportunities. So I applied to other master's and PhD programs, and I ended up going to the History and Philosophy of Science MPhil program at Cambridge. And while I was an MPhil student, I published a couple. I think I published a paper on evolutionary mismatch. That was my first paper in like a major journal. That was published in Biology and Philosophy. And then I really worked hard as an MPhil student. it was an intense program. We were supposed to, it was like 8 months long. And we had to write 3 5,000 word essays and one 15,000 word essay. And I was really banking on becoming a PhD student at Cambridge. And I had identified somebody who I wanted to be my advisor. And he told me that, oh, he's impressed by me, and that there shouldn't be any problem with me working with him. Like it became clear early on that I was going to get a grade that would grant me, and that would make me qualify me to continue to the PhD program. I ended up getting a higher grade than that. So I had to get a first class in order to continue the PhD. I got a first class with this distinction. So I didn't bother applying anywhere else because, I wanted to be at Cambridge, and this guy said, no, there's no problem. And without getting into the details, I was inexplicably rejected. And then it was too late to apply anywhere else. I hadn't even taken the GREs, so there was no time to do that. So I couldn't apply to American universities. I did get admitted at another top UK PhD program, but then the person the two people that I was interested in working with weren't going to be around, so it wasn't really attractive. So I ended up taking the year off. So my then girlfriend, now wife, said I could live in her apartment for a year while I figured things out. And during that year, I wrote 5 papers. All of them, first I published 2 of the papers that I'd written as an MPhil student. Then I wrote 5 new ones. All of them ended up being published in good or top journals, and they included the first papers that generated attention, including the one on Kevin MacDonald, which was published in March 2018 in Human Nature, and research on group differences in intelligence, which was a more sophisticated version of my first paper that I'd written on defending free inquiry into HBD. That was published at the end of 2019 in Philosophical Psychology and generated a lot of controversy. There was a petition to retract it, and the editorial board ended up being replaced as a result of that. And some other papers that I was also quite proud of that didn't generate as much attention. For example, on the role of power in cultural evolution, which was published in Quarterly Review of Biology. Paper Corrosive Paternalism in the Intelligence Continuum, published in Behavioral Public Policy.
Out of everything you published, could you give me approximately a top 5? So it doesn't matter if it's a top 7 or a top 3, but what are some of your papers, aside from the 2 that you mentioned, that you're most proud of?
Well, the most recent ones, the most recent one I published just last year, Natural Selection Requires No Teleology in Addition to Heritable Variation in Fitness. So for basically from around roughly Darwin's time, and then this was stated more formally in the 1970s. The orthodox view has been that there are three conditions that are necessary and sufficient for natural selection to occur, which are heritability, variation, and differential fitness. So if and only if you have these three conditions, you will have natural selection. Okay, I'm obviously leaving aside certain complexities, but this has been a subject of a lot of discussion. But somehow nobody noticed that, according to this formulation, intelligent design and breeding and certain forms of teleological evolution would count as natural selection. And yet, people often comment that a distinguishing feature of natural selection is that it's natural and that there is no God overseeing it and directing it, that it's undirected. And so the most prominent commentators on evolutionary theory have stated that the hallmark of evolution, of natural selection and Darwinism, is that it's not directed. And so therefore, because if you breed animals, there is heritable variation in fitness. It's just that the breeder determines what counts as fit. So if the cow produces more milk, then I breed that cow. That means milk, the ability to produce more milk contributes to fitness. But I'm an agent. So it's the result of agency that I've determined that greater milk production is associated with greater fitness. So I said we have to add a fourth condition, which is that there's no teleology. And in the paper, I spell out exactly what this means. There's some interesting, somewhat complicated philosophy to work out in relation to that. So I was very proud of that. That was published in Biology and Philosophy, which is the flagship journal in the field. And then before that, like 2 years ago, I published my final reply to Kevin MacDonald, Still No Evidence for Jewish Group Evolutionary Strategy, in Todd Shackelford's journal, Evolutionary Psychological Science. So I've been having this back and forth with MacDonald since 2018, and I've interacted with hundreds, if not thousands, of people on that topic, and and that was my final major statement on the Jewish question, where I addressed what I thought are the most important points, and so I clarify what I think MacDonald-style JQism gets wrong, and then provide my own theory of anti-Semitism, and so that was the end product of a lot of work and thought. So I'm quite
Okay, I'll jump in. And I sent you a video from former head of the writing department at the University of Chicago. He gave a talk on how to get ahead in publishing in academia, and he had many interesting points. One of them was knowledge is a conversation moving through time, and there is a small group of people who get to say what knowledge is in a particular area. And if you want to move ahead in your academic career, you have to engage with the people who say what knowledge is in your area, and then disagree or supplement, or this is the formula. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, this is true in all fields. of science and the humanities, but obviously it's doubly true in the humanities, where you don't really have empirical results to guide the discussion in the same way as you have in sciences. But of course, in this respect, many of the social sciences would be similar to the humanities, because the empirical evidence is often made up or somehow fake or manipulated or misinterpreted. But you're relying on sort of the collective judgment of the community to decide what to focus on. Now, in some cases, that's not necessarily a bad way to conduct a discussion. So if you have a community of experts, supposed experts, and they tend to their collective judgment is that we should pay attention to this group of people and these ideas. I know, well, what's a better way to decide what to focus on? But on the other hand, it does create an opportunity for politics and corruption and to play a role in what people are paying attention to and talking about. Now, and it becomes a problem if the community becomes invested in one particular kind of discussion that may be on the wrong track. And if somebody has a better idea, it can be very difficult to break in and get a hearing for your idea. So it's a system that has positives and negatives.
So a friend of mine got a perfect GRE score in verbal about 8 years ago. What would that indicate about his IQ level?
Yeah, well, if the who knows how high it would have been if the ceiling had been raised to the appropriate to the level appropriate for your friend.
So what's the range? So approximately 8 years ago, took the GRE, got a perfect verbal score. What would that indicate as a probable range for IQ?
So I mean, because IQ would consider both verbal and quantitative. So I know at least one of your friends had a less than perfect quantitative score.
So let's take him. Okay, good bloke, flawed, wrong in some things about trade, but what does his GRE scores indicate about his IQ, approximately?
So what do you think is the average IQ of somebody who takes the GRE? So the GRE is taken
for
by
graduate school. So what, 125? 125?
No way. It's much lower than that.
No, isn't it taken for graduate students, prospective graduate students, like for only?
Yeah, but
students?
I mean the that's anybody taking it for. Graduate students aren't that smart. Then that would mean like the average graduate student has an IQ
125.
Like in the. Well, no, because most people who take the GRE are not going to be admitted to graduate school.
See, I don't have that high an IQ, so I forgot about that. So I guess it's probably 115, because that's the approximate IQ of the average college graduate.
So I think now there's a debate about what the average IQ. Well, so is it the average? Are college students who apply to graduate school average college students?
No, they're way above average. So it'd be like 118.
So I found a website that attempted to convert your friend's score to IQ, and he estimated that, in his view, his calculation was based on on the assumption that the average test GRE taker has an IQ of 105.
You're kidding?
Uh,
That's
and
absurd.
he had an argument. I could find the rest, but he had evidence. He didn't. He seemed reasonable, like reasonable. I'm not. It does seem low. I'm not. I. That would be really strange if the average person taking the GRE had an IQ of 105. But okay, so he said if that was the case, I think he said the score would have been 140.
Okay,
But
so 145 is commonly popularly described as genius level, 145 and above. So someone with
Yep.
a perfect GRE for verbal is probably genius level and above.
But that's no. Well, I think that's misleading because really, what matters for there are definitely people who are very good at taking tests who are not geniuses. Leftists like to say, or blank slatists like to say that IQ is just your ability to take an IQ test. Now, in a technical sense, that's true. Like that is what it is. It's your ability to take the test. But it happens to that's correlated with various outcomes. But there are definitely people who are very good at scoring on who can just real professional test takers who don't have much to show for it outside of the test. And then on the other hand, you have people who display some unusual ability far beyond what somebody who has a higher, better at taking the test than they are.
Yeah. It's not perfect. It's an approximation.
But far from perfect. But I would say, as someone who also got a perfect verbal GRE score and a less than perfect quantitative score, I don't think that so in response to the person who says IQ is just your ability to take the test. Well, it's a funny coincidence that outside of the classroom, it just so happens that I'm good with words, but more modestly with numbers. Why?
And
so
you're
why
not
is
such
it
a great dancer either.
that wasn't on the test. But,
Okay.
so I don't know what my potential for that would be, but so according to the theory that it's just random. There's a random relationship between your real life abilities and your score on the test. But that wasn't my experience. Like I scored well on the thing that I'm actually good at, which is the word stuff. And I got, my score on the quantitative, it was like average for somebody who majors in engineering and then applies to graduate school. So, not like
Okay, so we won't canonize him, but
not
do you know?
So kind of average-ish math person, not.
So do you know if our mutual friend has experimented with performing enhancing drugs to boost his cognitive abilities?
Just same as me, chamomile tea. That's it.
But you haven't snorted Adderall?
Well, if you count, no, I've never done anything like that. I just meat. Sometimes I'll eat liver. The butcher here, though, for some reason they don't have liver, which is.
You got to get the liver from ancestral supplements. The liver capsules are to die for.
But why
Changed
not
my
just
life.
eat it?
Well, right. I guess that would be best.
Oh.
So, what did you have to develop to become adept at publishing academic papers? Like, was there a particular skill set that you needed to develop? You know, you already had the verbal skills, but you succeeded in publishing in elite journals. What did you have to do to succeed?
So my publishing career began with a lot of disappointment. The first paper that I ever wrote and seriously tried to publish in academic journals was I had purported to find a mistake in the way that an influential paper in cognitive psychology had been interpreted, and it just kept getting rejected. Then it occurred to me that maybe the problem was it was too clear, and that you would be more successful in academia. People would take you more seriously if you wrote badly and you said something nonsensical. So as an experiment, in the introduction, I wrote a nonsensical statement, but in a kind of pompous way, so that it would sound impressive. Like a kind of Slavoj Žižek kind of sentence. And I sent it to the journal, and it got rejected again. But one of the reviewers praised that sentence and said that he also had been thinking along similar lines as what I said in that sentence. Now, that just made it more frustrating. And, I had no desire to become, a charlatan and write everything like that. So I just kept submitting. I sent it to dozens of journals. And then somebody suggested, for some journals, you can nominate somebody who you want to be your reviewer, and the editor may or may not take your suggestion. But I nominated somebody who I thought might have a favorable view of it, and then it got rejected. And one of the reviewers wrote some reasons why they didn't like the paper. Several months later, that person who I had nominated to be a reviewer published a paper and then described my idea and then said exactly what she had said in the review. Okay, I can't prove that she was the reviewer, but nobody had ever expressed that idea before, and suddenly she randomly just describes my idea and then what she thinks is wrong with it. So I sent it to one more journal, and then it got rejected, and the reviewer said, "Oh yeah, this idea is that reviewer that was published paper. You need to cite that published paper as the source of your idea." So that was, and this happened over like a 2-year period. So finally, I just gave up on that, and it was never published.
Why not put it on your Substack and tell this story?
I'm not mad about it anymore. I just thought about it for the first time in like 2 years probably, and nobody cares about this kind of thing.
Now,
so then I
keep going. Yeah.
Well, I had a few more similarly frustrating experiences, like not as bad, but also just failure to communicate my ideas in a way that would make it past peer review. But I don't know. I had so much experience like submitting and getting referee reports and developing an intuition about what people would approve of. At a certain point, I don't know. It's hard to express it as some rules of thumb, but making the paper a little more focused, not um, engaging with the literature and kind of according to the way that people expect. Now, some of these things actually are probably make the paper more effective as a means of communicating. So this certainly influenced how I write, and peer reviewers are often people who you criticize in the paper. So being very charitable to people that you criticize and not straw manning. That there's the peer review process does kind of keep some bad impulses in check. So, although I would feel very restricted if I had to communicate everything in the form of the peer-reviewed paper, which is why I now publish on Substack. But yeah, the process I'm shaped did have some positive influence on me, I think.
What role does AI play in your writing?
Zero. In terms of writing, I did use ChatGPT to look for typos. I specifically, for my last Substack essay, I specifically said, "Don't give me writing advice. Just tell me if you find a typo." I think chatbots are useful for searches, and they can sometimes be helpful for finding typos, for finding information like their improvement on the old search engines in some cases. But I don't like anything a chatbot has written. I don't trust anything a chatbot says. The chatbot operates on the same principles as autocomplete. There's no thought. It generates text, which is grammatical and follows a certain formula of, some people say A, some people say B, and then takes a position based on, something it looked up on the internet. But I think a world where people outsource their thinking to chatbots is one in which we've taken a big step backwards.
So one thing that we have in common is that we both lie awake at night thinking about World War I, and there are many narratives that came out of World War I, but for some reason, the narrative of the warrior poets was the triumphant narrative. It became the lens through which World War I is understood in the Anglo world. Now, there are so many different narratives by which World War I could be understood. This is not how World War I was experienced in the Anglo world at the time of World War I. Do you have any thoughts on what decides the winning narrative? Because at any significant event, there can be an infinite number of narratives. What determines the dominant narrative?
Well, besides the obvious point, the dominant narrative is determined by the winner. Like
Okay,
But-
but World War One could have been understood, by the winner in many different ways, but the winner decided to understand it through the lens of the poets and their disillusionment. So
Well,
why?
Well, I don't know. Because I don't think that society really has a narrative about World War One. The average person, look, if you these talk shows or comedy shows stop people in the street, like Jay Leno, and ask people questions about history, and like, when did Columbus discover America? The modal answer is 1892. So do, people don't really have a narrative
But for the
about
people who
history
do,
other-
for the people who do have a narrative about World War One, or people who received an education about World War One, the dominant lens is through that of the poets, which seems completely arbitrary and false to me. But like, why did this dominant narrative among those for whom narrative matters or they're being educated? Why do you think? I'm not so much interested in World War One, but what makes what shapes a dominant narrative? Because you'll notice narrative events will happen. There'll be like 7 different prominent narratives, but there will be suddenly one dominant narrative. Do you have any thoughts on what creates a dominant narrative?
I mean, people enjoy interpreting events as moral dramas, and they certainly will favor a narrative that makes a clear distinction between good and evil, and in a way that allows them to identify with the good, ideally see the good as ultimately prevailing. So I think popular narratives will generally broadly fit into that archetype. But even among educated people, I don't think they have much of a narrative about World War One, other than kind of one that's parasitic on the World War II narrative, which is that the Germans were bad. When it came to World War One, though, it was obviously not the kind of contest of good and evil that you might see World War II as being. It was a power struggle among countries that were morally probably pretty similar to each other.
But you want your certain narratives to win. You want to win, and you have certain narratives. Do you not think about what's going to determine the winning narrative with regard to group differences, for example? So it's not just a matter of fact. It's also having to do with meeting psychological needs, and it also has to do with the dominant, usually decide the dominant narrative. Do you think about what's going to determine the winning narrative in areas where you care passionately?
Well, yeah. One of my papers is called The Anti-Jewish Narrative, and I draw a parallel with the anti-white narrative, which is the establishment narrative, which is that all bad things that happen to non-whites are the result of white wickedness, either past or present. And so once you're absorbed by the narrative, then you see only what supports the narrative. So if if you find in a country of what are the latest figures, nearly 350 million people, or 330, whatever it is, if you find one white police officer who unjustifiably, pushed a black person. That supports the narrative that there's this very powerful forces of white supremacy keeping blacks down. So you focus on that, and that confirms what you believe. Then the fact that there are thousands and thousands of interracial crimes, and the vast majority of them are black on white, doesn't register with you. Just not. It has less emotional pull for you than that one case of a white police officer putting on the black suspect's handcuffs too tight or something. So my approach isn't to try to argue that to argue directly that we need against the narrative or present another narrative, but just to present people with empirical information, or just the fact that evolution doesn't stop at works above the neck as well as below, and that the narrative is that disparities do not necessarily indicate that there's been an injustice. And then once people accept that, then the new narrative will follow.
So do you think about the perils of the personality, the perils of posting on social media for the serious intellectual, the academic? Do you have concerns about that? Do you have standards for yourself to protect yourself, or it's not something you worry about?
I think a lot about this. I think the right-wing ecosystem creates incentives that make serious thought almost impossible, certainly make it virtually impossible to make a living as a serious intellectual on the right. And there are a couple examples of people who are doing it, but and they're really the serious people are competing for crumbs. The vast majority of resources and attention are being funneled to people who absolutely should not be receiving so much attention. And even people who are capable of making a contribution, a real intellectual contribution, the incentives ultimately push them away from that, because look at my last year I wrote why we need to talk about the right stupidity problem on Substack. I presented a theory of wokeism that has become well known. It was very widely read. I wrote a refutation of Thomas Sowell's very popular theory of race differences that people have been arguing about for decades. And I actually went through what he said, and I showed all the mistakes that he made. But basically everything he said was that could be checked was just factually wrong. Then I made it available for the world for free. I wrote like 5-6 articles like that. Almost all of them went viral. In total, hundreds of thousands of views. Now, what happened at the end of it? Okay, so I'm making about $5,500 in donations every year. That doesn't come close to covering even like 5% of my legal fees that I have as a direct result of writing the Substack. So, I'm not even with the record that I think is pretty good, like that, not close making a living doing that. I mean, that's just a few months rent, and I need to eat and pay the electrical bills and so on if I'm going to. But who is making money on the right? James Lindsay. I mean, people like Jordan Peterson are making probably tens of millions of dollars a year, and they do it by just constantly churning out content and doing whatever it takes to get attention. And people really, like they even though quite a few people have said that, your article is the best thing I read this year, or this had such an effect on me. But people aren't going to pay. Most people are not going to pay that much money for 4 or 5 articles a year. That's just the way it is. But if I would make a lot more money if I just sat on Twitter all day and then wrote 3 Substack posts a week commenting on the news, or pushing some some line that I have, like the woke right, so something like the woke right, or like Jordan Peterson, dragons are real, or and then I would get an audience for that, and I would give them a continuous stream of entertainment. But
I'm sorry,
but then
go ahead. Yeah.
But then now
your
I think
credibility.
there has to be. Well, then I would have a lot less credibility among the people that I care about if I did
Exactly.
that. But I would have more money. And now, as a matter of fact, I'm getting a paycheck from the university. So at least at this moment, there would be. But if I needed money to pay the bills, and there was no way for me to get it, like I couldn't get it by being an intellectual on the right who spends months. There's a tremendous amount of labor that often goes into my articles, even my Substack essays. And the easier it is to read, the faster you can read it, the longer it took to write it. I almost never. There's just like one Substack article where I thought it was important to publish it quickly, which was MAGA, Communism, and the End of America, which I published like 2 days after Trump announced the tariffs. So I wrote it in just like 7 hours. But that was unique. I mean, the others have. I've sat on why we need to talk about the right stupidity problem for like a year. The day I delayed publication by a day because I wasn't happy about one sentence. If there's one sentence in an 11,000 word essay that I'm not 100% happy with, I won't publish it until I am. And that's not the kind of that's just not the way to generate attention and get money on the right.
But that strikes me as dangerously naive, because it's not just a right-wing problem. It has always been a problem to earn a living through intellectual labor. Intellectual labor is almost never paid for itself. It is almost always dependent on patrons, whether an institution or an individual. It just strikes me as dangerously naive to have any expectation of earning a living through intellectual labor unless you're willing to play the game.
But the left has academia, and
right, but still, even those positions are incredibly rare, and there you're fitting in with the dominant group. I mean, unless you secure that kind of patronage, you're out of luck unless you're a freak.
But leftists have their tens of thousands of professors who are paid by the university, and they're given the opportunity to to think carefully about things and work out their ideas. There's a big advantage of the left is that they have this community of scholars. Okay, a lot of them are not real scholars, but they have people who are supposedly thinking about ideas. Some of them are thinking about ideas. The right doesn't have that.
Right. So it's dangerously naive for you to hope for that, to think about that, or try to build that, because it will only damage you.
Well, I'm just commenting on what is.
Yeah.
I'm saying that I don't see. Now, okay, maybe it will be that if I continue, um, if I continue like this, and it's possible that I will be relying more and more on Substack for income. Now, my plan is that I'm never going to allow to put something out that I don't think that I can stand behind, that doesn't meet the standard that I aspire to. Now, okay, maybe that I'm successful at doing that. I would be prepared to live on a fairly low income. That's perfectly fine with me.
But the chances of pulling that out are like 1 in 1,000. And the odds of you damaging your reputation and your work trying to pull that off are like 99%.
You mean if I would lower the quality and just turn out a bunch of junk?
Yeah, like I feel like the last 2 essays on your Substack are a disturbing departure from your previous precise pointillist approach.
Some people I respect have said that they're one or both of them are some of the best things I ever wrote. So there's some difference of opinion. I'm certainly very, very pleased with them. I very much stand behind them. And second one I did work on for quite hard. There was quite a lot of labor went into that.
Do you see I see a giant difference in your last 2 essays compared to everything else I've read by you. Do you see a big difference?
Well, you disagree with the conclusions of these in terms of the has anybody identified a mistake or error of reasoning? Not that I'm aware of.
I ran your work through AI, both the popular and the academic work, and it said that the through line is provocative. You're a provocative intellectual. Do you think that's fair?
I mean, I'm sure that if we would look up the definition of provocative, there would be something to apply to me. But if there's a connotation, of course, the chatbot doesn't know anything about this. It just looks, maybe it's looking up keywords that it associates with the word provocative or something. But my goal isn't to provoke, if that is something that could be implied by that.
So you don't think there is a significant through line of what's a more neutral way instead of saying provoke? I had it on my mind. If only I'd. What's a neutral way instead of saying you have a through line of provocation, you have a through line of
stimulating.
Yeah, there's a neutral. Do you have? You seem to be obvious. You have a through line of stimulating work.
I guess so. Sure.
That's important to you. It's not something that's removed from you. You want to stimulate. I mean, that's a neutral word. It's not a bad word.
Right. Sure. I guess so.
Okay.
I mean, I this is just a personal quirk, but it was always important to me to whether I'm fooling myself or not, I don't know, but at least I told myself that it was important to do things to try to have a pure motivation, uh, and not to do something just to get attention or some benefit, but to do it because it was important or
Right. So
served
prior
some
to your
purpose.
last two Substack essays, whenever I finish reading an essay of yours, academic or popular, I felt I've got nothing to add. I mean, I've got nothing. I can contribute nothing here. And do you know how that made me feel, Nathan? Like I just felt like superfluous to the universe. But Baruch Hashem, praise the Lord, these last two Substack essays came along and I thought, wow, what a wonderful opportunity to contribute. And so I love this commentary that Andrew Gelman, the statistician at Columbia University, made back in September of 2012. He says, academia has what might be called the John Yoo line, the point at which nothing you write gets taken seriously and you might as well become a hack because you have no scholarly reputation remaining. John Yoo became a hack because I assume he had nothing left to lose. In contrast, historian Neil Ferguson has been moved to hackery because he has so much to gain. And I think he's onto something. And the individuals, John Yoo and Neil Ferguson, are not necessarily important, but I think he's touching on something very important. Some people have no reputation and they have no scholarly reputation, so they might as well hack away. Other people can become rich and popular and famous through hackery. And you must be aware of academics who have chosen the path of easy rewards and hackery when they could have pursued a more serious career. Any thoughts?
Yeah, sure. Agree.
Right. I mean, Jordan Peterson and the other, just absolutely ridiculous.
Well, I mean, Jordan Peterson, he was a distinctly average professor of psychology. He was a personality psychologist, so he would, measure the big 5 personality traits and then like look for correlations with some behavior. There was never, he didn't have any special new theory or anything. This is just very straightforward stuff. Probably, but he was always had these grand ideas about philosophy and religion, things that he doesn't really know about. But he has this guru demeanor that some people find impressive. And when he says these mystical sounding things, people feel that there's some important idea being communicated. And so, I mean, apparently this made an impression on, the even people at Harvard, because he was hired as a professor at Harvard, although he knew that he would be denied tenure, so that's why he left to go to Toronto. But then Toronto welcomed him. This is a common pattern among thought leaders on the right. He initially got attention for being involved in some random scandal that happened to be, videotaped, fighting with. It's like Jordan Peterson was fighting with some pronoun people, just like Brett Weinstein was caught on video arguing with the students. And then if they're, smart, then they're able to capitalize on the attention, so that, attention kind of snowballs if you keep pulling on it, until you become like an actual clown wearing a clown costume.
Yes. Yes.
But people still look at you. People are still paying attention to you, and because other people are paying attention to you, other people see that as a cue that they should pay attention to you. and then some percentage of them will be true believers in your bullshit, and then you make tens of millions of dollars. So
Yeah. But
you win.
Rebecca Goldstein is married to Steven Pinker, and her first novel was called The Mind-Body Problem, and it was about a brilliant mathematician who freaks out as he moves into his 30s, I believe, when he realizes that he's no longer brilliant. And so, as I understand it, the functioning of our just pure, is it liquid intelligence, like peaks at about age 19 and then steadily decreases. Have you noticed a decrease? Am I right? Is it the word liquid intelligence? Is the pure fluid? Am I right? It peaks around age 18 or 19 and then starts steadily dropping after that. And have you noticed that?
It's a little later than that, but different. It's very hard to establish this. I don't. So crystallized intelligence continues to go up much later. But
fluid. I'm just talking about fluid intelligence.
So fluid intelligence goes down, crystallized intelligence goes up. I don't think there's an idea that that one of the reasons that people often make contributions, their greatest contributions when they're very young, is that when you learn the field, it's when you're learning the field that your personality interacts with that information and then generates some new idea if you're capable of it. And then, like a sitcom kind of runs its course, then
But have you noticed your fluid intelligence not quite what it was when you were 19?
No, I feel far more intelligent than when I was 19.
But you're talking about crystallized intelligence.
So I'm talking what I notice. What I notice is my capacities are far higher. It's true that when I was like 19, 20, I think at one point I set a quota, a daily writing quota for myself of 2,000 words. I did have so in that, maybe I had I felt that I had a lot of energy, but what I was writing wasn't actually that good. So I don't know.
Do you worry about the temptations of being on Substack and on X?
No. Okay. I have no temptation to put out something that I don't feel confident about.
Okay, so you've got a Substack essay that came out April 4, MAGA Communism and the End of America. What do you mean by MAGA Communism?
Well, the American right was traditionally better on economics than the left. It's generally in favor of free markets, and it was the left that was in favor of intervention, regulation, and it had been skeptical of wealth. And now the MAGA right has taken the worst of the left and dialed it up to 11 with policies that are utterly stupid, that are not supported by any serious person with training in the relevant fields of economics. It's driven by many people on the right are simply hostile to the notion of wealth. We have Trump saying that we'll have we won't be able to buy 30 dolls. Children can be satisfied with 2 dolls, and instead of 100 pencils, we can have, I forget the exact number of pencils he said we can have. But destroying the supply chain, creating conditions under which business becomes almost impossible, basically because they have no understanding of how the world works, which is not totally surprising that Trump would lack some basic information. I mean, he inherited his money. If he lost most of it, if he had just put it in the stock market, he'd be far richer than he is today. Although now he's making a tremendous amount of money grifting as president. His net worth has gone up by billions of dollars in the last since he became president. But so communism refers to the idea that we should have a controlled command economy with the president telling Walmart what their prices should be, deciding who should import what and what kind of jobs people should have, and all while enriching himself and his friends and his family, as is inevitably happens under communist systems. And now the second half of the title, "And the End of America," refers to the inevitable consequences for the country. Are not only is Trump destroying our economy, but he's doing it in a way that will permanently diminish our stature and influence vis-a-vis the rest of the world. They're already the American exceptionalism has come to an end. It will never be the same as it was 6 months ago. 6 months ago, this was a decidedly unipolar world. America was at the top. Everyone else was sitting on the sidelines, seething and wondering how they can replace the dollar as the world's reserve currency, and how they can challenge American hegemony. And then Trump came along and just handed victory to them. Just been the positive view of America has collapsed. We're now, when Biden was president, we were at a plus 22. I think now it's -5 of favorability of Americans. We've ending programs like USAID, which cost us the equivalent of pennies, but created a tremendous amount of goodwill and had positive effects on the whole world, and that would redound to America. Just to show that we don't care about other countries, which is, of course, they've received that message and now they respect us much less, and now we have less influence. And the trade war have devastating consequences. It will not achieve its stated aims. It will not bring back manufacturing jobs on a mass scale. It will reduce the quality of living for basically everybody except those who are in the Trump orbit or are somehow connected to his grift. And it will simply be impossible for us to ever recover the same position that we had before these completely pointless actions were taken.
So I was triggered by these last two essays. Did you notice many people getting triggered by these essays, and did you notice any through lines in why certain people were triggered by these two essays?
Yeah, I mean, they some people, obviously, people who are very invested in MAGA and Trump. Some people actually, well, the thing is, the reason Trump has been able to get away with this is because he's not being held accountable by the MAGA right, which is a reflection of the kind of people on the MAGA right who are more likely to have. I mean, the intuitions of the average person are favor state intervention, command economy. Basically, they're against the free markets, and the free markets are counterintuitive. And in fact, people who support free markets have higher IQs on average. It is a well-established association. So the people on the right ought to be rebelling against this. If they clearly rebelled against this, then Trump would have to back down. So, so there are people who are true believers in the tariff project, and then there's another group of people who are just had tremendously high hopes for Trump, and and admitting that it ended in such an not only ended in disaster, but in the most embarrassing way imaginable. It's difficult to face.
So I'm self-deceived much of the time, but this is what I experienced. Not that I'm invested so much in Trump. I feel very invested in you and your career, and I felt like you were self-destructing with these two essays. So am I the only one to express that to you?
Yeah, I guess so. No
Okay,
one else
cool.
said that.
So when you use the term MAGA communism, how precise do you think that term is?
How precise?
Yeah, do you think it's highly precise, or is it primarily hyperbole?
So I'm defining a phrase, MAGA communism, and then that phrase is explained in the essay.
Okay, so there are, I recall three components that you listed that make it an accurate description of Trump. One is the president telling private companies how much they should charge. Another is bullying, thuggish tactics, and just authoritarian, using the power of the office to bully private companies around, and to do it under the guise of bringing justice to the people. Was that a decent summary of the components of MAGA communism?
That was about something else. So that was when I said that the intuitions. I said that the intuitions of like the low IQ people on both the left and the right converge on fascism.
Mm-hmm.
This is a somewhat different concept. Somewhat different. And there's overlap between these things, these ideologies. But I said that fascism is not a precisely defined ideology. It was never precisely defined by Mussolini or Hitler or anybody else. But it became associated with a certain style of governance and certain goals, which include the most prominently the three that you just mentioned.
Now, you talked about the stature of America in the world has been permanently diminished. What constitutes America's stature in the world?
So how we're
Yeah, what's the
perceived,
basis of our stature? So, what's the basis of our stature? Say before Trump was elected this
There's-
time, what was it based on?
so is our economic power, our military power, our formal alliances, and our soft power. The fact that people look up to America, admire America, seek to emulate us, learn from us. They dream of coming to our universities and partaking of our whatever magic it is we have that makes us successful.
So how would you divide
that?
that up? So I would hold out to you that America's stature in the world depends 99% on its military power and economic power, but you also see tremendous significance in soft power and other factors. What percentage of America's stature? To me, it's 99%. Is just purely military or economic. How do you see what level of America's stature do you think is determined solely by its military and economy?
Well, first, our economic and military power is going to be greatly diminished as we become poorer as a result of these policies. So these things are interrelated. Now, look, there are different dimensions of power. I mean, Japan is an admired country without having a really notable military presence. They have a kind of glorified police force that they call an army here. But if Japan makes an appeal to the United Nations and says, we believe this is right, we would like the rest of the world to consider our position on this topic, people will listen because people respect Japan. They don't think that Japan is run by a bunch of transactional thugs who are just who said, as Trump did, that previously the rest of the world, we've been screwed by every other country in the world, and now it's our turn to screw them. If you talk like that, then people say, okay, you're transactional thugs, so we'll deal with you that way. We'll, if we, we'll work with you when we have to and when we can, but when it's time, when we have an opportunity to screw you, that's what we'll do.
So someone who, such as myself, who contends that life is transactional and it's a polite fantasy to pretend otherwise, I would contend that life and the world operate on transactional basis 99%, and it's just polite figments to pretend otherwise. You disagree?
Well, why is it that high IQ countries are so much richer than countries with lower IQs? Now, a big part of that is the greater cooperation of intelligent countries. In those countries, people are more likely to understand the benefit of cooperation, and therefore they're less likely to just grab what they can to do the what seems like the rational thing, which is just pocket as much money as you can and grift whenever you can. People in some corrupt African dictatorship, everybody's just acting for his own interests. but the result isn't a successful country. Successful countries are those with high trust, high cooperation, where people aren't just looking out for themselves.
Now, I think your first argument here for MAGA communism is Batya Ungar Sargon. So she did a PhD at Berkeley in English. She is, I think, pretty much identified as a Marxist since college, and she identifies as a Marxist left-wing supporter of MAGA and Donald Trump. And I read both of her books. How much of her work have you read, or how familiar are you with her work?
I'm not interested in her work. I've heard her give interviews. That's enough. That's enough of her for me.
Okay, so when someone says they're a Marxist, that tells you, I would contend, almost nothing. It tells you that they look at things through a particular material, dialectical, materialist, class-based lens, but it's like someone telling you that they're a Christian, right? If someone tells you they're a Christian, it effectively tells you nothing. You don't know if they're going to be honest in business. You don't know if they're going to be right-wing or left-wing. And so you seem to equate being a Marxist with being a communist. Is that fair?
So if I told you that I've become a Marxist, that wouldn't give you any information about me?
It wouldn't give me much. It wouldn't tell me. I don't think that conveys much. I mean, I also asked that of AI, which you have so much respect for. And it mentions that being a Marxist is an incredibly vague identity. It just covers such a broad swath of approaches to life, like being a Christian, that it's effectively verging on it doesn't have much value as far as defining where someone's
the original
coming from.
thing you said, no information. I mean, no information means like.
Okay, it's so vague that it doesn't tell you really where someone's coming from in political terms. Just like someone tells you they're a Christian, it doesn't tell you almost anything about what you can expect from them practically, or their worldview.
Someone tells me they're a Christian, there's that significantly narrows the range of possibilities that I expect. I expect them to say they believe in God. Okay, so there's a certain probability that they could be some extremist on the left or the right, but I'll assume that they're in the middle of the bell curve for what self-identified Christians believe, which is different from what the general population believes. Somebody says he's a Marxist. I assume he's probably on the left. I don't know a lot of right-wing Marxists. I assume he believes in he emphasizes equality as a political goal and has a special focus on the distribution of material wealth. I assume that person thinks that there's some sort of right to work, that there should be that they support big government, at least in the so according to Orthodox Marxism, there's this complicated story about the role of the government as a means to bringing about this future condition. But I assume that if somebody self-identifies as a Marxist, they'll have certain views on the role of government in the economy, and I'll assume that if the person is educated at all, that he'll have some notion about alienation and labor and several other issues. So I think it's
Now, I'd agree with everything you just said about being Christian or Marxist. I just don't think it gets you very far. But yeah, it does indicate someone's on the left. They can have a class-based analysis. They support, a stronger, bigger, more interventionist government than if you didn't have that information. So I agree that I agree with every descriptor you just gave for Christian and for Marxist. I just don't think it gets you that far, and I don't think it gets you anywhere close to communist. Do you think it's fair to equate Marxist with communist?
Look, these are just these words have had somewhat different interpretations by different commentators. There have been different kinds of Marxists. There have been different kinds of communists. They've had sometimes incompatible goals, but I mean, I'm not sure what
Do you think
terms
it's possible that I've read two of her books, so I'm quite familiar with her thought, and I would recommend her two books. They are center left, the center left. So do you think it's entirely possible that someone could be a self-identifying Marxist and be absolutely repelled by communism?
if the person was extremely unsophisticated? But you're saying if you recommend that people read two of this person's books, I assume you don't think she's that unsophisticated.
No, she's
So-
sophisticated. She's a very smart woman, PhD from Berkeley. It was an elite school, and there's nothing remotely communist in anything that I've ever encountered from her in the last few years. Like I read her two books.
Yeah. Sure, I mean, she might have some weird definition of communism, and so according to her, she does. I mean, because I've heard her talk. She has extremely confused ideas, so it would not be inconceivable to me that she could say that on the one hand she's a Marxist and then not a communist, even though that would be not really logical if we were to go by the standard meaning of these words. I mean, she may take that position, but I don't. My point in citing her as a self-described Marxist, which is, as I understand, accurate, was that that Trump and the MAGA so-called right has now adopted these positions that have been traditionally associated with the left, especially in the United States, and the broadly Marxist, redistributionist, interventionist left is now on the right.
And so, just to clarify, a difference is that you see that the normal understanding of Marxist is pretty close to communist, and I would see it as much more vague and nebulous. Is that fair?
I think the common understanding, I mean, there's such a close association between communism and the Soviet Union. I don't know if the common man would make how exactly he would make the connection between these ideologies. I mean, Marx was a communist, so if you're a Marxist, then it would be in a somewhat odd use of language to say that, well, you disavow communism, but people are free to use those words however they like.
Okay, so there was a great book came out, second edition last year. It's called Predisposed Liberals, Conservatives, and the Biology of Political Differences. Do you think that our political impulses likely have a significant genetic origin?
Yeah, one that interacts with our environment.
Yeah,
so
like everything else.
So, well, to say that a trait is heritable, that statement is tied to a particular environment. So religiosity is heritable, but if you were born 500 years ago, everybody would be religious, or 99% of people would be religious. And if you were born in a Muslim country, you'd probably be Muslim. And IQ is heritable, but if you were born 100 years ago, and given the same IQ test, you would get a different score. So yes, there's a biological component interacting with the particular environment.
Yeah, 100% agree. So there's a great little passage in this book that I think is apropos. It notes ethnocentrics do not give a fig for individual rights. The connection between conservatism and free market principles is a relatively recent and far from universal development. Many right of center parties in Europe, especially Scandinavia, happily accept a vibrant social safety net. So commitment to free trade and commitment to free markets is not coming from traditional right-wing impulses. It's much more coming from classical liberalism, which, if anything, is a movement of the left. What do you think?
Well, I made a point of saying that free market ideas are associated with the right in America. I made sure to say in America for exactly this reason. It's not associated with the right in other countries. But this was a strength of the right in America, was that they had good ideas about economics. Now the right has bad ideas on both social issues and bad ideas about economics, making it more difficult to see see what's good about the right in America.
So I think a significant part of your argument for the accurate description of MAGA communism is that Donald Trump is interfering in the actions of private companies, private individuals, bullying them, acting like a thug, and telling them how much money they can charge. Is that fair? That's a significant component.
That and imposing the tariffs. And part of this is it's not really an ideology. It's just sheer stupidity. Like saying that if we have a trade deficit with a country, that means that we're being screwed and we're losing. That's no economist. Now, there are economists who vote Democrat, there are economists who vote Republican, Libertarian, who vote for some other party, who refuse to vote at all. There are economists who disagree about the minimum wage. They're extremely conservative, extremely liberal. So if economists have biases, intuitions all across the political spectrum, nobody out of tens of thousands of people in the United States and even the world with serious economics bona fides who isn't an obvious crackpot or insane person thinks that Trump's tariffs are stupid. I mean, I don't know what if somebody wants to say that they're all wrong and that this person is right and that Trump is right, or even possibly right. There's a chance that Trump is right. I think he would need a pretty strong argument.
So I'm unaware of any leader of any advanced economy that has not told private enterprise in some respects what to do. So I don't find that at all convincing that this is MAGA communism. Do you think that there have been governments of advanced economies, democratically elected governments, that have not told some aspect of private enterprise what to do?
Okay, but there's a continuum. Like there's a continuum between pure Milton Friedman, free markets, and a pure command economy where Washington or Moscow just sends out messages about what every last individual should do. Now, there will always be a temptation for for people in power to manipulate things manipulate the markets in ways that they believe will serve their personal interests, or either their private interests or their political interests. And so, yes, probably most leaders will succumb to that temptation sometimes, at least sometimes. Because there's a difference when you go all out and you try to reorder the economy according to your mad, idiotic ideas, and then in the service of that insane goal, you try to set prices. So, yet that's not. I mean, at a certain point, the difference in degree becomes a difference in kind. It's a different kind of project that you're doing. You might be able to find an example of Biden waving his finger at the drug company or something and saying they better lower their prices. Now, whether he would actually enforce that or employ the kinds of thuggish means that Trump is likely to employ to get his way, that would be the answer to that. Might be no.
So where would you put Donald Trump with respect to bullying private companies and telling them how much money they can charge, as opposed to the last 5 or 10 American presidents? Would you put him at an extreme end, in the middle?
Trump has shown an unprecedented willingness to investigate and attack his personal enemies, law firms that represented people he didn't like or that crossed him personally, to dismantle institutions that have crossed him or that he has a personal vendetta against. Now, I don't know the history of the Nixon administration in great detail. I know Nixon did some of that, but I don't think that was that what Nixon did was comparable to what we're seeing from Trump.
Compared to every other American presidential administration of which you're aware, let's just say the last 5 or since Reagan, you would put Donald Trump at the most extreme end of bullying private enterprise?
I would put him at the most extreme end of thuggishness and certainly stupidity.
Okay. And where are you getting your primary sources of information about what Donald Trump is doing?
From what's reported in the news, and as far as I know, isn't disputed.
Well, there's not, as you told Dave Green, there's not really the academy. There are many aspects of the academy. So what are your primary sources of information? So for me, I spend $185 a year to subscribe to the Financial Times. I think it's a great newspaper. I probably spend 10 to 15 hours a week reading the world's great newspapers. I subscribe to the New York Times, Wall Street Journal. So I spend more time with the New York Times than anyone else. Second with the Financial Times, probably third with the Wall Street Journal, fourth with the Washington Post, probably fifth with the Los Angeles Times. And then I read your Substack, Steve Saylor, Michael Humer, Aporia, and I probably spend up to probably average 15 minutes a day on X. So those are my primary sources. Oh, and then I listen to Mark Halperin's podcasts and the Real Clear Politics podcast. So those are my primary sources of information about what Donald Trump is doing. Could you just be a little bit more specific about your primary sources?
Okay, so I subscribe to Wall Street Journal, New York Times, Washington Post. I follow the Drudge Report. Most of the Substacks I read are not really news oriented, like Richard Hanania's and some others. Then when it comes to academia, then I have I know people in academia, so I get some information about what's happening at places like Columbia and Harvard firsthand. And then people also draw my attention to like, letters that are issued by the president of some of these institutions somebody will forward them to me. So I get information like in that way too.
So most of what I consume is hostile to Trump. Is there anyone who is neutral to positive about Donald Trump who you read regularly?
No, that would be, I think, the people who have not. Most of the people I would follow I would expect them to sooner or later catch on to what's happening.
So I think you said to Dave Green that smart people who voted for Donald Trump are regretting that now. Is that fair?
I think that, well, I said there is a phenomenon like that. Yeah.
Right. So you criticized Donald Trump and after the tariffs and talked about trillions of dollars of lost wealth. You said that America's poorer now because of tariffs. So where can you point to America being poorer? Because the stock market, for example, is higher than it was on Liberation Day.
Okay. For now, the dollar is down. Bond market. So okay, stocks are hanging on. People are optimistic that that something will reverse course. The dollar is much weaker than it was before. America is a much less attractive place to invest than it used to be. So my meager wealth is considerably less than before.
So if the dollar were to go up and the bond market were to reverse course, and so there was no empirical evidence supporting America being poorer, would you have any reaction to that?
I mean, that would be a legitimate piece of evidence that the market had voted in favor of Trump's policies. I don't expect that to happen unless Trump signals that he is going to reverse course. But the fact that tariffs will make America poorer is not something that can be seriously disputed.
Okay. You say the American economy is the strongest it's ever been. No economist has said that. So do you have any concern, given your level of respect for economists, that you're going out on a limb that no economist will support?
Well, I didn't collect quotes, but why do you say that no economist says that? I mean,
well, I just I ran it through AI, and they can't find any economist who says this is the strongest economy that America's ever had. Right? There's no economist who supports what you said.
I wouldn't consider that a source. The chatbot generates text that is grammatical and doesn't conflict according to the principles of text generation, doesn't conflict with some result that came up on Google.
But you're unaware that I'm presenting to you the result of my research is that there's no evidence that any economist supports what you're saying, and you can't cite any economists supporting what you're saying. So you are out on a limb, which is fine. Like I'm out on a limb in many ways too, but you're out on a limb where there's no economist who supports what you're saying, of which you're aware or unaware.
You're reporting what the autocomplete says as if it's true. But
no, I'm reporting. You can't name one, right? There's no economist.
Okay, that's true. If I needed to, I could investigate. I know economists. This is consistent with what the view they've expressed to me.
So
but
economists who tell you this is the greatest American economy ever.
in those exact words, I would have to
Approximate.
do.
Approximate.
I'd have. If you're appealing to the authority of economists,
No, you do,
right?
and so I'm just holding you accountable to your own
Okay,
standard.
okay, so if you're saying my standard, me Cofnas, my Cofnas's standard is that we should respect economists, then I'm not violating my own standard by saying that Trump's what Trump is doing is idiotic and will make us poor, because all economists who aren't obviously insane believe that.
But no
okay,
economist
so
will say that. I mean, what you just said, no economist in good standing would put it like that.
would put it like what?
What you just said, that this is idiotic and just completely mad, and that there's absolutely no case to be made for anything positive in what Trump's doing with tariffs.
Lots of economists have said that. Basically, everybody who's commented publicly has said that.
Can you name one?
Well, do you know about Jang Ha-jun?
The South Korean economist?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's often in favor of tariffs, but go ahead. I don't remember what he said about Trump's tariffs.
Well, what do you think? Because I remember you said that he was your guy on tariffs. So what do you think?
No, I said he's an economist who supports the application of tariffs in certain circumstances. Virtually all economists support the application in tariffs in certain circumstances. He may well criticize Trump's.
They support them as retaliation for somebody else instituting tariffs, not for just instituting them because a trade deficit means you're being screwed.
So that's the only reason they support them, not to protect certain industries that are vital for example, national security. Like virtually all trade economists would recognize that you need to support certain industries for national security.
Maybe in some limited case, but not as a means to stimulate the economy, not to get your nation back and to working in sweatshops. Okay, so anyway, Jang Ha-jun, who is the guy who I believe you like.
Yeah, I cited as someone who says situationally tariffs are at times very important strategy.
Okay, so he says this is nonsensical. This is based on referring to Trump. This is based on a very wrong assumption. It's like saying that because I'm buying all the food from my corner grocery store, the grocery store owner is robbing me. This is based on a bizarre analysis. The kind of tariff that he is imposing just doesn't make sense, because it's not even like properly calculating what kind of tariff other countries are using. This is not going to work. This actions by the Donald Trump is actually galvanizing the countries into thinking about a different world order. The inflation coming from these very high tariffs will be unbearable. These disaffected people in the United States voting Donald Trump and J.D. Vance is what the British call turkeys voting for Christmas, because the kinds of policies that they are doing might give you a moment of joy because Americans are showing them, pushing back the Chinese, shouting at the Europeans. But in the end, these are things that are going to hurt those people.
Oh, that's good. Like, I'll give you this round 10-0. Like, now that I think about it, I'm sure there are a lot of economists who say something similar. So yeah.
I selected him only because.
Right. I cited him because he does support tariffs in certain situations. So that's when I think about what you're saying, like, yeah, that I bet a lot of economists say exactly what you said. So
then he also refers to the Trump madness. So anyway, it goes
on
and on.
Yeah, no, you're right. I give you this round like 10-0. Like that's a really good point. So when we think about the type of society that we want, do you think that we should begin from the perspective of economic efficiency is most important, or should there be other considerations that are even more important than economic efficiency?
I mean, what exactly is economic efficiency is kind of a value judgment. Economists might not really be conscious of that, but what does it mean for the economy to be working properly and to be efficient? I mean, is it
Well,
defined?
it means that that there is the least friction between someone who wants to sell something and someone who wants to buy something, so that the supply and demand curves meet with the least amount of friction.
Then there should be other values that are considered in constructing policy.
Is it possible that there are other values that are more important than economic efficiency?
What do you mean by so they would be balanced? So you would have values of economic efficiency and values A, B, C, D, E, and each of you would try to maximize all of them according to some formula. You would trade a certain amount of economic efficiency, let's say, for a certain amount of equality of outcome. Like let's say in the pure free market, there will be no advanced serious philosophy. So we tax people, we give money to philosophers in order to preserve the philosophical tradition. So that would be weighing the value of philosophy against economic efficiency, something I would agree with under certain conditions.
I would submit that national survival is 100 times more important than economic efficiency, and no mainstream economic models take into account balance of power. And so when you trade, there are changes in the balance of power. So while economics has some useful insights, it's far and away from the last word, but you seem to regard economics as the definitive word on trade, while I would submit that national survival is more important, and economists don't have anything useful to say in their conventional models with regard to balance of power. Any thoughts?
Is John Mearsheimer somebody you would respect as a commentator on the value of national survival?
Yes.
What do you think John Mearsheimer thinks of Trump's tariffs?
I think he thinks they're stupid.
Do you want to know what he thinks?
I'm sure he thinks they're ridiculous, but yeah, go ahead if you've got something.
He used
I
the
have a
same
great deal,
word.
yeah.
He used the same word as Jang Ah-jun, nonsensical, referring to Trump. He said Trump on the economy. I think I give him a D. I think that the tariff issue has been handled terribly. It's quite clear that he didn't have a coherent strategy or coherent logic underpinning the tariffs. They bounced all over the place with regard to instituting tariffs and then taking them off. There's one thing the markets don't need. It's more uncertainty than is natural to those financial markets. And if anything, he's exacerbated the uncertainty, and the economy appears to be doing poorly as a result. So I'd give him an F on the tariffs. With respect to expertise, John Mearsheimer says exactly the same thing I do. Quote, the same thing goes with tariffs. These are really tricky issues. The reason we rely on experts, and President Trump does not like experts, he prefers to rely on his instincts. As he said when he talked about how he makes tariff policy, he prefers to rely on instincts. You can't rely on instinct. You have to rely on experts because these are incredibly complex issues.
Yeah, I think that's a very powerful analysis. I think criticisms of Trump's trade policies and many of his other policies are important. It just seems so 100 to 0 in the mainstream media narrative. That's where I kick back. But I have a great deal of respect for John Mearsheimer. But what do you think about the topic of trade are economists the one group that we should look for? Are there other groups of experts who might even be more important in their expertise with regard to trade?
So some aspects of trade policy involve value judgments about which economists don't have any special authority other than the fact that they may have a better grasp of certain relevant empirical facts. But if other people can understand those empirical facts, then their value judgment about trade policy is just as valid as that of the economist. So, but if the non-economists say that they think that the economy will become stronger, that we'll have more stuff, that we're going to create a nation of factory workers like Donald Trump wants. Yeah, and all economists say that that's wrong, and I see no. I'm trusting the economists.
Now, it's fair to say that Donald Trump has taken the Republican Party down market, that he's probably accurately described as the parole whisperer, and that he won, surprisingly, in 2016, and surprisingly to some people in 2024, with a message that speaks to proles, a populist message which frequently wins elections but is almost never effective in governance. Would you sign on with that?
Yeah, I mean the American system or any effective political system will have a way of protecting people from the intuitions of the common man. So the U.S. Kind of technocratic system was flawed, obviously, but at least we weren't looking to the proles to set trade policy. I mean, this is a big difference between successful and unsuccessful people. Is that successful people very often are or usually are cooperative. They cooperate. They are they act in a way that other people want to root for them, want to help them, want to ally with them, want to hire them, and so on. And people who are chronically poor, I can say this as somebody who doesn't make very much money. So, but in general, people who are chronically poor, it's often because they're trying to grab, they're screwing people, they're trying to grab some short-term benefit without, sacrificing the long-term future and their reputation. So the way that Trump is acting with respect to other countries, the rest of the world, it's like it's like being a mugger. Nobody ever became rich from being a mugger, even though, well, I'm just acting in my own self-interest. It's a dog eat dog world, so I'm going to go around punching people and taking their wallets. Yeah, but to be successful, you have to get along with people, and smart people are more likely to recognize that fact. And Trump is being cheered on in this in his actions by people who really don't understand how the world works and how to be successful.
by what age did you have a coherent worldview, in particular with regard to politics?
Well, coherent.
Yeah, it was consistent. It was it made sense. Cohere. It fit together. So
Right, so,
for
I mean, so
me, it was about 16.
Coherent, because coherence can be achieved quite easily, and it's a greater challenge to be consistent and then also correct, to also to have a political view that embodies key truths about how the world works.
Right, but I didn't ask at what age were you correct. I asked by what age. Like, I think that your reaction to Donald Trump could go back, presumably, to Nathan at 18 or 19 or 17. I bet that the essence of your reaction and critique to Donald Trump's second administration could go back probably 2 decades in your life, because that you have a certain worldview that started to cohere, I would assume, by age 18.
Okay, so by I was fairly young when I came to the view that free markets were generally the best means of wealth generation. So that's something that I have not changed.
So by what age do you think you came to that? 14?
Yeah, probably something like that.
Now, one thing that knocked me from my free market pedal, because that was my education, that was my bias, was reading that no sizable country had become rich except by using a substantial amount of protectionism. And I was like, wow, that really challenges my free market biases, my free trade biases. I think your reaction to that was no sizable countries become rich without murder. That doesn't mean that murder is important to becoming rich. So that doesn't rock you at all. It doesn't challenge you at all. It doesn't prompt any kind of rethinking that we don't have any historic example of a sizable country becoming rich except through using a substantial amount of protectionism.
Well, so first of all, this argument is due to Jang Ha-jun, and so we know what Jang thinks about Trump's tariffs. So Trump thinks that he thinks they're ridiculous, nonsensical, he said.
Well, this argument was around long before June pronounced. I mean, this is an argument that's gone back for many decades.
Well, Zhang's version of the argument is that there were the Gang of Four, Singapore, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and South Korea, that they had some protectionism while they were rising. Although Singapore, like not much. So just to step back a bit, what is motivating Zhang? He's a professor at the School of Oriental and African Studies, I believe, in London, which is known as a communist school, although we won't talk again about what communism means. But Zhang's big mystery is how come Hong Kong, Singapore, Taiwan, and South Korea became rich, but African countries didn't become rich. So that's the mystery that motivates Zhang, that you consider an authority. So, okay, anyway. So he says, okay, so let's see, there are these 4 countries. And, well, Singapore had a national airline, that they actually were pretty. They did have basically free trade, but the government did support the airline and Singapore National Airline even at a time when it wasn't profitable. So they saw the airline through the unprofitable time, and eventually it became successful. I've never flown on it, but apparently it's very nice. And then he claims that, well, see, and then he also points out that that countries like the United States and some European countries that also employed tariffs at various points in time. And then so he says, see, have tariffs and then they become rich. And his conclusion is that, well, if Africa had, that's the magic ingredient, that if you just protect key industries, that is the ladder that you would use to advance to the higher stage of economic development. And so he says that the rich countries, by imposing free trade on the African countries, are holding them back. And so, it's a way of saying that, right? It's the white man's fault that he's the white man is screwing them. Now, some commentators have pointed out the Gang of Four East Asian countries that experienced unprecedented levels of growth in that the mid 20th century. They had some protectionist policies. They employed some protectionism. There was a fifth country that actually developed at the same rate, although it didn't continue, so it never became a rich country, but it was Botswana, which for a period of time was growing at like 6% a year or something. And Botswana didn't have protectionism. That they were all in on the free trade Kool-Aid. So Zhang ignores that. Zhang ignores the fact that one commentator listed nearly a dozen African countries that had subsidized their own airlines. Exactly what Zhang said that Singapore did for Singapore National Airlines is what government should do in these developing countries. And there, in fact, have been nearly a dozen African countries that subsidized their national airlines. And it was so unsuccessful that they've been banned from the EU's airspace. So maybe there's another magic ingredient that Zhang hasn't put his finger on yet. Now, with respect to other countries, Europe became rich before Asia. At a time when they had tariffs. A lot of these countries, tariffs is just a way to get taxes. Because when you have a population of farmers, it's hard to spread out over the country, hard to tax those. Tariffs were often a way of just getting taxes. But Europe and the United States, they had way more free trade than East Asia, but they ended up developing before Asia. The African countries, which Zhang doesn't understand why they haven't developed. Maybe he thinks it's because they don't have enough protectionism. Just because of geography, they have de facto tariffs because for much of their history, because it was just hard to deliver goods for them to physically bring make deliveries. Now, theoretically, okay, so you think South Korea wouldn't have become rich unless they had had some protectionism for
No, I just noticed
look,
that we don't have any examples. It could have been like, just because it's only happened one way doesn't mean that that is the only possibility. Like, a sizable country could become rich through free trade. It just hasn't happened yet.
yeah. Well, anyway, a reviewer of Zhang's book said that there had been a survey of in developmental economics of all of the um, factors that had been identified as the magic ingredient for becoming rich. I doubt that genes were one of those factors, but anyway, 145. So Zhang's was 146th. So people, there are a bunch of people do random stuff, and
So you don't find
and,
it the least bit challenging to your free market views that we don't have an example of a country becoming rich without a significant amount of protectionism?
but it's again, you're making a very, you're simplifying the evidence. I mean, America had, sometimes they had tariffs, sometimes they didn't have tariffs. The tariffs were often on to protect the farming industry, just because the farmers have a lot of political power in the U.S. Rather than to protect manufacturing. So there's no, I mean, somebody has evidence like this for all 145, factors, and in the end, what actually predicts economic development is IQ and how free your markets are. Like, those are the only factors that actually consistently predict prosperity. So, um, so, uh, and theoretically, why is it that South Korea is now making computers and cell phones and advanced electronics, but it's because they have the human capital, and initially they had some government investment. All these East Asian governments were doing different. They had different policies. I mean, in the Korea, the government supported certain certain industries. It's not, if the government hadn't done that, there would have been investment in Korea because Koreans have the human capital to make computers. And the idea that Korea would, if the government hadn't made that investment, then Korea would still be poor. Yeah, I don't believe that for a minute.
And I would agree with you that very few countries can operate industrial policy as successfully as Germany and Japan, and I assume South Korea. So recognizing that Japan could pull it off and Germany could pull it off and South Korea could pull it off does not at all mean that the US or other countries could do it. Like, very few countries can pull that off successfully. Do you agree?
You mean to industrialize via government
The
action?
direction?
Or,
Yeah, government. The model that Japan and Germany, and I assume South Korea, I'm not as familiar with that. Just because it was successful for Japan and Germany, those are the countries I'm more familiar with, does not at all mean that then's going to be successful model for different people.
no, I mean, that's certainly true. Although, again, your question sort of implies that those actions are the cause of the success, and I would question that. I don't think that if I think that Germany would have become a rich country more or less regardless of what the government did, and as long as they weren't communist.
Right.
As long and the freer the market and the association between free markets and wealth is uh, is dramatic and indisputable, and as is the association between IQ and prosperity, and those are the two factors that explain the long-term success of a society.
So you don't think that there are significant differences in people's require significant different forms of an economy. So you're down with different groups have different gifts, but you still see the two keys as average national IQ and free market.
So the two
So-
keys are IQ and free market, and that doesn't
Yeah.
say that doesn't mean I don't recognize that other things are important or real, or that people should respond to their particular situation, but or that the national character of people should influence specific policy. Sure, but
Those are the two most important things: free market, high average IQ.
and the thing that we have control over in the short term is free markets, and making markets less free will predictably make you less rich.
So I think you agreed with the thesis that I learned from the former head of University of Chicago writing program, that knowledge is a conversation down through time, and there's a tiny group of people who decide what knowledge is in different areas. Presuming that you do agree with that, then it doesn't really matter as far as knowledge goes what 100 IQ people listen to as a podcast, or does it?
So I thought he was commenting specifically on what is considered knowledge in the context of academic publishing.
So I guess I'm extrapolating from that. I'm just wondering, why does it matter what 100 IQ people listen to on a podcast? Because they're not going to be making any intellectual contributions anyway.
Because they're in a democracy, they vote, and also they because now our culture has moved online and everybody has a voice. What the IQ 90 to 110 crowd can amplify those voices that resonate with themselves, who will typically be people appealing to the intuitions of the average man, and they're very much polluting the epistemic environment and guiding policy in a bad direction. So it does matter what they think.
Okay, and so what do you think? What do you think 100 IQ people would be listening to if they weren't listening to these epistemically corrupt podcasts?
Well, I mean, as I say, the smart people should exert some paternalistic control over the epistemic environment. So I am in favor of forcing people to go to school for a certain number of years and being inculcated with a correct information and a narrative that is about history and politics and so on, that is as close to the truth as they are able to comprehend, and that smart people should create institutions that are able to attract to enforce standards and communicate with people at their level in a way that they can understand, and that projects credibility. So now, partly I'm just responding to a fact that we have discovered that in an open marketplace of ideas, it's very bad ideas that tend to be rewarded. And now those bad ideas are being increasingly translated into implemented as public policy, and the result is not going to be good. So the first thing to do is recognize the epistemic disaster that we're experiencing, and try to recover from that.
So has anyone done this? I mean, I don't know how you shift 100 IQ people from content aimed at 100 IQ crowd when people are free to choose. 100 IQ people were consuming lowbrow content 20 years ago, 40 years ago, 60 years ago, 120 years ago. I don't understand how you can shift that.
Well, things have gotten worse, and it's worse than it used to be. And in terms of the brain rot phenomenon that I referred to, just in the last several years, people's reported ability to pay attention, whether the number of people who've read a book in the last year, people who struggle with brain fog. There's been a precipitous decline in certain cognitive skills that are plausibly linked to the kind of the way that people interact with entertainment and information. So there's some emergency which is going on. I don't know how far this line is going to fall. But I mean, it's clear that the average person has been empowered in a way that he wasn't in any time in recent history. And
so what do you think they were consuming 10, 20, 40, 120 years ago that if they were 100 IQ, that's significantly better than Joe Rogan?
Well, they weren't consuming that. They probably were consuming a lot less information in the first place. They weren't allowing their brain to marinate for 3 hours at a time in these truly brain rotting conversations between people like Joe Rogan and the random comedians talking about stuff they know nothing about. 20 years ago, people would watch the news, CNN. When did Jon Stewart come? I think Jon Stewart was on at that time. Jon Stewart was kind of the original brain rotting entertainer, but he was never nearly as bad as Joe Rogan. Look at, I mean, there have always been cranks. There's always been bad information. People have always been wasting their time. But to have some idea as stupid as, I mean, there are people on the right saying to treat your cancer with ivermectin, not just your, I mean, for this kind of idea to be platformed, yes, there were bad ideas before. You can give examples of bad ideas, but achieving this kind of prominence, given the, the level of sophistication that at least some segment of our society has achieved, the level of knowledge, and the gap between that and what the median consumer of especially right-wing media is experiencing. Certainly one solution would be to do what we can to stop glorifying this. Like, okay, if you want to spend 3 hours listening to Joe Rogan and that's your entertainment, and you can't you're not going to read an epidemiology textbook or learn about mathematical modeling, and you'd prefer to just hear Joe Rogan shoot the shit about COVID policy. All right, fine. But don't glorify it. Don't think that Joe Rogan has some secret secret shortcut to knowledge and wisdom that has escaped all the people at Harvard with PhDs in epidemiology. Like, just understand, label it as dumb entertainment. But this is not at all how people think of how Joe Rogan's fans think about it. Like, look at how offended Dave Green's audience was by me just pointing out like what is pretty obvious stuff, that in order to have an opinion about a topic, you should know about it. They're really offended by that because they're invested in this idea that that they have this wisdom that the eggheads don't understand, and the right wing anons. They're really the ones who we should be paying attention to, and we should listen to what they think. Then,
right, they're addicted to losing, and they comfort themselves despite losing at life with the notion that they see through the bullshit, and they see through the bullshit by listening to Joe Rogan and Dave Green and the equivalent.
Yeah.
But people of your IQ level have always bemoaned this. I mean, there were Romans with your IQ level who bemoaned the stupid low IQ preoccupations of the lower classes. Right. This is a perpetual upper class upper IQ concern. It goes down through history, right?
Well, I can't remember the year, in the late 1800s. Nietzsche said that the time had come for higher men to make a declaration of war against the lower men. I think that is a correct thing to call for. I'm now,
yeah.
because they have declared war on the higher men, so there should be a response. I'm thinking they don't understand this, but it will be worse for them if they win over the smart people. Like, they think it's fun to destroy the stuff that smart people built. Like, and yeah, maybe there are some legitimate grievances against some of the smart people or some of the people who claim to be smart. Like,
you talk about success on the right is attracting this moronic audience, but I don't think anyone who's thoughtful considers it a success to have a huge audience of midwits. I would rather have one viewer who had a 130 plus IQ than 10,000 viewers with a 100 IQ. And there are dozens of right-wing intellectuals such as yourself who would like something similar.
Right, but how much money do we make?
You don't, because it's very unlikely that intellectual labor will provide a living, particularly if you're not serving the powers that be, which is the left dominates almost all our institutions. So there's virtually no way for a serious right-wing intellectual to make a living through his intellectual labor.
Yeah, which is not the case on the left, because he can become one of tens of thousands of university professors.
Right.
And there are also other leftist institutions like magazines and Vox, Atlantic, New Yorker, and so on. Whereas there's nothing like that on the right that has the same kind of stature and resources.
Yeah. And there are some promising developments, right, with Substack and with Rumble and X. I mean, there are some halting steps in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, I've been highlighting kind of the dark side of these platforms, but of course, I'm on these platforms. I was never going to be published in the Atlantic, so or even National Review or the American Conservative. My article, 4 Reasons Why Heterodox Academy Failed, which was obviously the most influential critique of heterodox academy, viral, widely read. It was rejected from the American Conservative in 11 minutes. So that's what the right thing. Another, I won't mention which outlet it was, but I approached one prominent right-wing outlet, said, "Oh, hello, I'm the Leverhulme Early Career Fellow in the Faculty of Philosophy at Cambridge. I think that there's the standard conservative critique of gender theory is based on a philosophical mistake. Would you be interested in seeing my article about this topic?" So I didn't even show him the article. I just said who I am and would you be interested in seeing it? And he said, nope. He said, I'm satisfied with our coverage of this issue, but feel free to pitch articles in the future. So I'm the most outspoken philosopher of my generation on the right. I have an idea about this issue that conservatives care about. No one even wants to hear what I have to say. Like that, not even to see whether they like it or not. They don't care that somebody like me might have something to contribute to the discussion.
Right. So when you made the decision, I think you're in high school, you went to, I think, a night class at Columbia University. A professor suggested that when Australian Aboriginals had a particularly large part of their brain, which made them so good at tracking, that might come at a cost to other parts of the brain. And soon thereafter, you decided to dedicate your professional life and your life in general to optimizing for truth. You probably didn't realize how painful and difficult that would be.
I wasn't thinking about. I just. Yes, that's right. I didn't know that it would lead to this point, but here I am.
Right. Everyone wants to be a hero, but only that rare person can actually do the heroic. I mean, Michael Meany of Woodard or whatever, changed his name. He was like, oh, gung ho. He's this edgy academic. As soon as the least, pushback came along, he folded like a wet towel and ran away. And that is how it's always been in human history. For every 1,000 people who want to be a hero, 999 do not have the fortitude. Is that fair?
Oh, that's right. Michael he's a good friend of mine, by the way. We knew each other at Columbia. Yeah, it was pretty bad for him. So he was cited in what was it, the manifesto of the some racist shooter.
Yeah.
And it was totally unfair. So this guy, where did he commit the shooting again?
I don't remember, but life is unfair. Well, I would think that someone who's right wing understands that. I just whatever.
So anyway, the New York Times wrote a hit piece about him.
Yeah.
Like portraying him as the inspiration for the shooter, which was totally insane. And the shooter had also cited like Robert Plomine and like David Reich and people like that. But Yeah, that was a sad story. So.
Yeah, do you agree that like 99 out of 100 people who want to be heroic and pursue truth simply lack the fortitude to do it?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think I never felt that I want to be heroic. I'm just these ideas seemed important to me, and then
Well, these ideas are important to thousands of people. They do not have the fortitude. They are unwilling to pay the price. Right? You can have anything in your life, so to speak, according to self-help gurus, if you're willing to pay the price. But almost no one is willing to pay the price.
yeah, I mean, as I've commented before, the most common question at a conservative conference is, what can I do if I'm not in a position to reveal my views publicly?
Right.
At every conservative conference I've been to,
Right.
like somebody asks some version of this question. It really rubs me the wrong way. And the thing in academia, there's so many people who support me privately or have very similar views on race and believe the same thing I do. But, they're always waiting for, well, I can speak out if I get the tenure. Oh, well, I can speak out when I become full professor. I can speak out when I become the chair professor, when I win Nobel Prize, and when. But then I commented on a professor I met who was over 90 years old, and he was walking stooped over, and he told me that one of these days I'm thinking of giving up my emeritus status so I can take the gloves off and say what I really think.
So most people just don't have the right stuff to follow through. I mean, there's so many people who want to optimize for truth, but they simply don't have the courage, the strength, and the inner stuff, because we're evolutionarily evolved to live within the middle of the herd. If you, like in evolutionary terms, you're right on the margins and in a very perilous position. It's a really bad evolutionary strategy for most people. Fair?
No, this is why, Nietzsche pointed out that he said no great philosopher has been married.
Right.
Although he said the exception was Socrates, who married ironically. But others have pointed out that philosophers are very unlikely to have children. Like very few of the great philosophers had children, and getting married, having children. So there was recently a discussion about how come so many great philosophers didn't have children. A discussion on a philosophy blog, and nobody said the obvious answer, which is that the kind of philosophy that is remembered was going against the
conventional wisdom, the
grain
current
of the
pieties.
time.
Yeah.
And getting married, having children is something that's more likely to happen if you're a good member of society in good standing and kind of fitting in in a way that makes it less likely for you to make new discoveries in philosophy.
Very few women want to be married to a heretic who is publicly ostracized and scorned.
Yeah. So although you can get around it by marrying somebody who doesn't use Twitter and doesn't fully follow.
I mean, women hate that. Like, women hate being ostracized or seeing their man like reduced, pummeled, ostracized. Like, for most women, it's about as upsetting as it can get.
Which is from an evolutionary perspective is very logical.
Yeah, like the way to succeed in life is to tell people what they want to hear.
Well, I'm not doing so well in that respect.
Okay. Any final words? Any final words of wisdom?
Well, it was nice to talk to you again.
Yeah.
Any plans to come to Cambridge?
Maybe I would certainly love to. I love Cambridge. Like for me, when I go to England, like walking around Cambridge, walking around Oxford, or just I just have such an emotional love for universities.
Well, I can give you a tour of the places I haven't been banned from.
We'll go to both of them.
Which it's not going to take very long, but it's basically the grocery store and the park.
And your high status in the community, I hope, will rub off on me.
You might get some looks.
Yeah,
it's okay. We can take it.
Okay, Nathan, great to talk to you, mate. Cheers.
Take care.
Okay.